Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a read today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first reading giveaway will be for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we are doing today is going to be a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be shared with those who have not received this before. So I thank you so much for helping us to share this live out to a larger audience. Before we get started, on today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we feeling today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. So there is something significant that happened between yesterday and today. And I think the thing that, if you're feeling, I want to say this, if you're feeling a little bit more frustrated, Mars has moved into Libra. Now, what does that mean in the context of a lot of the energy that we're experiencing right now? I'm just going to kind of remind you guys, we are going through a very, very intense retrograde period. And the thing about it is, these retrograde cycles, they can be very, very helpful as it relates to building resolution, particularly and especially in relationality to past experiences. One of the things we talk about a lot when we're going through retrograde cycles is there's a tendency for the past to kind of rise back up, emotionally, spiritually, metaphysically, sometimes tangibly. And so the one thing that we want to, and again, typically when we have like 1 or 2 planets retrograding, that can be some pretty intense stuff. We've got a lot of planets currently retrograding right now. It's very, very intense. And the one thing that we want to focus on in relationality to navigating through energy like this is working on the context of building energetic resolve towards things, right? Because I feel like that is effectively the real message that we have when we go through retrograde experiences. It's the difference between harboring and resolving, right? And when we're harboring things, they don't necessarily fortify us, right? It often can feel like that space by which we're feeling frustrated. We get angry with ourselves. We get angry about circumstances or experiences that we've not had to navigate. But I think, and that's why I keep on saying that, out of all the planets retrograding right now, I feel like the Mercury retrograde is helping us the most, because the Mercury retrograde is effectively here to a certain extent to help us innovate on things. And it's the simple truth that sometimes we have to feel a little bit of that difficulty. We have to feel a little bit of that fracturing, right? We have to feel some of that frustration, right? Because when we feel those moments and we say, I don't want to feel this way, the Mercury retrograde is here to kind of say there has to be a better way. And again, often, and that's what I like about a Mercury retrograde happening in Leo in the midst of a bunch of planets retrograding in Aries, it says, why don't you give compassion a change for a while? Why don't you allow some compassion in to see if that improves things? And that could either be the compassion that you're bringing to the context of the self, right? Allowing for that compassion in the space of taking care of the self and nurturing the self. Or it could be around situations and circumstances where, again, you're allowing for that dose of empathy, or allowing for that dose of compassion to help build a sense of clarity. And I'm going to tell you right now, and this is what I mean. And I'm going to tell you right now, the difficulty point with Mars being in Libra with energy like the energy that we're experiencing right now is it potentially creates a lot of those circumstances or situations require like it requires that sense of weighing, right? It's not the space by which you can just kind of follow an adaptable like, and this is why we also talk about the fact that like having kind of like blanket rules to things doesn't make sense in the context of looking at things from a circumstantial perspective, right? Because again, that observation of empathy, being able to recognize the nuance, things that look similar but also feel energetically distorted when we're not viewing things the proper way. I'm telling you right now, that is a little bit of the difficulty or the challenges that we may be navigating as it relates to resolving some of the energy that we're feeling right now. Because I keep on getting it's like resolution around very like complicated circumstances or situations. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is just to show you that qualitatively, there is no better or worse place to be when you're working through the frequency lessons. Because I'm going to tell you right now, for the energy right now in separation, this is propelling energy forward into healthy partnership. For the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, I'm seeing that there may be a lot of advancing in timelines that's potentially occurring. This type of energy is potentially most frustrating for energy deep within divine union because it's not creating an adjustment point in the relationship per se, so much as it's working on not projecting internal frustrations out onto counterpart. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk a little bit first about what we're seeing for some of the energy right now in separation. I see a couple of different circumstances that are arising right now. And there's some really, really intense messages that were coming through yesterday for the energy and separation. And this is just to show you that, like, again, working through these lessons is why it's going to not necessarily be like it's gonna have a different impact on everyone personally, right? The observation, like one of the big messages that we get with Neptune and Saturn retrograding together is the observation that time doesn't heal anything. Time doesn't heal a thing. There's no context by which you can apply time to something, and it allows for the modality of healing, right? It's the observation that being able to put the energetic effort into something, right? The intentionality that we bring to situations is what allows for the possibility of change. But when often others are in this space where they try to look towards Saturn to solve a problem. Saturn's always like, I'm not that guy. So Saturn is like, that is not my job. Saturn is like, my job is not to solve things. My job is to give energetic perspective to things. That's what Saturn does. Saturn's like, my job is not to fix it. My job is to give you the right perspective so that you can see something that you couldn't see before in order to energetically resolve something that you're working through. Like that's what Saturn's job is. So I'm going to tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there are some finite closures that are potentially happening as it relates to relationships wherein someone articulated or thought that putting time into a situation was going to create some sense of resolution. Because time, when you try to articulate to another that you want time to do the work, what you're basically articulating is the fact that you're hoping that you're not really necessarily dedicated to resolving something, but rather you're hoping that another person will energetically forget it. Right. And that's why I see that if these are situations where there are situations or circumstances where someone from the past is coming back, but not being in a space of resolution, like almost expecting that the context of time was going to ease something out. I'm seeing that that might be a lot of that. Like it might actually be like the closing out of some very long-term cycles as it relates to the relation point of the audacity of being able to do something in that modality, right? It's like working through the energetic avoidance point, but even in the returning back, not being able to articulate upon why, it's like it almost like firms things up to a certain degree. So that's why I see that for a lot of energy right now in separation, this might be like I'm going to say like this might be a very, very like frustrating time, but it also may be very energetically reaffirming in relationality to feeling that one is moving in the right energetic direction. Now, this brings us to a lot of the, I'm also seeing right now, I'm going to tell you right now, there are some relationships that are forming during this retrograde cycle. Mark my words, these are very, 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 very strong relationships, because these are not relationships that are avoiding that work. These are the relationships that are temperance partnerships, which is the observation that everything is possible so long as they are demarcated by mutual effort. So that ability of being able to have those hard conversations, they're hashing it out even as they go, right? There's a lot, and we saw that yesterday. We had a wild combination in the cards yesterday. We had we had the Death card, we had the Tower card, and then we had the Queen of Swords card, right? And that is the observation in recognizing and identifying the ability to work through things, right? It's like a zero blinders on situation. It's like the ability to energetically articulate upon something that allows you, one, to work one through it, whereby everything is energetically possible. So that's why we see that, again, a lot of the relationships that are coming together, particularly and especially during this time, incredibly strong foundations, because not only are they building into a lot of recognition on what it feels like to be mutually, not just mutually appreciated? That's a little bit of the extra energy we have coming from the magician partnerships, where that was the priority of the partnership, but also the recognition of mutual effort, right? The mutual effort that we bring as it relates to observing what it is that we're working towards. This is a lot of the energy that, again, in the moment or modality that they're doing that, if something from the past is coming back and being like, hello, I'm in the same form that you found me. Like, it's almost building the energetic of the resolve of the relationship, because they're viewing something that they may have even predicated was going to occur, right? It's like it's the mutual perspective that fortifies the energetic direction that they're moving into. So while it may, and I keep on saying, while it may be frustrating, I'm going to keep telling you right now, this is like the relationships forged in the fires of frustration. But here's the thing, and that's the important thing. A healthy relationship is forged in the fires of frustration, because when things are forged in the fires of frustration, we're not trying to avoid the work. We're having the ability to identify what it takes to energetically get there. This brings us to a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. What are we seeing right now for a lot of those relationships and circumstances where we see those energies moving deeper into divine union? You'll recall that a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union were the magician partnerships that were forming from about the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. For a lot of these relationships, mutual appreciation, right? Building into the authenticity of self that allowed the context of finding counterpart. This is the energy that may be experiencing mutual appreciation like they never have before. And what does a mutual appreciation mean? A relationship where another person isn't looking at you, right, waiting for you to arrive to your potential. It's the lesson that we should never build into the potential of a person when we're building into relationship, but rather that potential should always be placed in the partnership itself. Potential should exist in direction, not in person, because when we build potential into person, we start to idolize each other, and when we idolize each other, we build relationships that are doomed to fail, because we often feel the context of someone who's not arriving to the potential that we placed in them that was never theirs to begin with. But this is why we see that mutual appreciation is creating context where in these relationships they're seeing the past in ways that they haven't seen it before. And now what we may be identifying as occurring is this retrograde period may actually be advancing timelines for energy that's moving deeper into divine union. The observation of feeling the nourishing relationship makes the feeling of waiting to move deeper into partnership almost feel absurd, right? It's almost like the space by which they understand that they're not looking to deepen into partnership in order to facilitate a change in it, but it's more the surety by which they're having a little bit more of a carefree approach to moving deeper into it because of the stability that they feel within it. This is why this particular energy right now is most difficult for the energy that is deep within divine union. You'll recall that a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union was predicated on the relationships that were coming together around the time that Venus and and uh, went direct behind Venus and Mercury went direct behind Neptune up until the time that Mars stationed direct earlier this year. We were identifying these as chariot partnerships because it was the stabilization point, the stability that the relationship created that allowed one to move into the inner sanctum of the self. Now, for a lot of these relationships, like I said, you can see how this type of frustration is moving energy in the right direction. But for the energy that's deep within divine union, they already have a lot of direction sense. It's not like it doesn't feel like it's changing the energetic direction of the energy deep within divine union because they already have a lot of that stability. But rather, we see that a lot of the same processes that the energy coming into divine union was working on last week, working through internal frustration and trying not to project it onto counterpart. This may be allowing for a lot of unconventional approaches to old problems, right? We've got that Aquarius full moon coming up in just a few days. And the moon just moved into Capricorn. So this is almost again, what is the kind of the message that we have with a moon like this, which is the observation that when we're feeling energetically frustrated, right? Sometimes we need to step back and get that sense of perspective, right? And this is the beauty of the energy deep within divine union is energetic counterpart allows that ability of being able to understand and recognize and see one's own comprehensiveness, right? So, and I think that that's the only thing we have to be very conscientious of with energy like this. There's that desire, right? There's that desire to like really, really focus on something, to put a lot of pressure on it. And that's the only thing I would be conscientious about right now as it relates to whatever you're feeling energetically fixated on. This is what we have to be conscientious about when we're going through Capricorn moon cycles is working through energetic fixations. And how do we heal from fixation? We step back and we get energetic perspective. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. Now, if you would like to catch this full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. And if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Oracle Erica. So good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Kara, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. And you will also have an additional card in your reading for being the first person on the list today. Spirit Warrior, thank you for joining us today. Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. A 4. Kat, we're going to get you up on there. We're going to fix that 4. Listen, I want you right now. You know what I want to say right now? If you're feeling frustrated, I want you to get creative. Just get ahead of, listen, go take a break. Go do something for the sake of art. Let this full moon in Aquarius help you out right now, okay? If you're feeling frustrated, because I know, listen, the moon moving into Capricorn, Mars being into Libra, it's a lot of that like why I oughta energy. Frustration plus hope equals creativity. So let that amplify and let that help you in relationality to channeling through some of the frustration that you may be experiencing during this retrograde cycle. Thank you for those hashtags, Fig. So good to see you today. Just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. You'll be the second person read for today. Grand Rising Witches, always good to see you, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and thank you for confirmation. Hi there. How are you doing as well, Foxy? Grand Rising Bridget. And thank you for those heart me's, guys. Make sure that you're recharging your heart me's if you would like to have an animal spirit guide card on top of your standard 1-card readings. Thank you for the help, Witches. Good to see you. Channeling, always a joy. Thank you for those heart me's as well. Mutual, tap to claim, Jeremiah. Hi there, Anna. How are you doing today? Yes, Curly. The list is open if you would like to get on it. And Kat, thank you for the heart me's as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th, next week, at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. Listen, I know people have a lot of stigma around this card. It's really not that scary. We're going to talk about it. We're going to walk through the history of that card. We're going to walk through the symbology of that card. We're going to talk about spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be walking you guys through a special spread that'll help you channel the messages of that card into your own readings. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, it's a great time to join. You got about a week before that next class to take as many of those classes as you can fit under your belt between now and then. You can have a couple of classes. You could pretty much have a class every day right now if you were to sign up, especially if you signed up as a founding member. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to, if you choose to receive it, a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also you also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which are released bi-monthly, walking you through some of the energy that we are experiencing. I just released one recently on this new moon that we went through. I'm going to be releasing one this week, helping to navigate this full moon that we've got coming up in just a few days. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. We do those per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing two giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be when we get to 50K. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. We are already at 4.2K likes. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen and showing your support. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. The other reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, whoever gives the highest gift. Currently, Fig, you are number one in the running. So congratulations, and I wish you luck in winning that reading as well. How are you doing today, Kat? Thank you so much for those heart me's, and thank you guys for re-upping your heart me. And yes, Curly, the list is open. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, dream interpretations, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit readings. Man, yesterday I pulled the Death card, the Tower card, and the Queen of Swords. No, Kat, I pulled all of those yesterday too. If you go, head over to the Substack, and go take a look at yesterday's spread if you'd like to see the full spread. It was a heavy spread. And I got to say, somebody brought up, they're like, there's a lot of heavy cards here. And I'm like, I'm not surprised to be seeing heavy cards right now in relationality to the energy that we're experiencing. But it's not, I keep on seeing hard cards don't necessarily need to articulate hardship. Hard cards talk about building into the context of resolve, right? Setting the energetic intention, moving forward with energetic perseverance. And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that we're effectively seeing right now. And it's almost like hard for a reason. You know what I mean? And we have a lot of these messages coming through, which is, it's not about being nice all the time, right? Like niceness, the context of niceness is not courteous, right? When we're courteous, we have those hard conversations. Kat, I don't view that as bad. Exactly. You're going through inevitable change that you have to use and trust your intuition. Absolutely. Beautifully said, Fig. It depends on what area of life the changes are occurring. I couldn't agree more. And that's why, and I need to point this out, like, that's why I liked to see the proximity of the Queen of Swords in relationality to those cards, because it's a reading. Like when you see the Queen of Swords in relationality in the context of those cards, it's working on bravery, right? It's like you don't see someone like seeing the Tower card and the Death card and like running away. Like if I had seen, I gotta stress it, if I had seen like the Tower card and the Death card with like the Knight of Swords, that would be a different reading. And I have to point this out. I am not surprised to see this type of energy right now, because you have to remember Pluto is in retrograde, right? And I keep on describing what does Pluto in retrograde feel like? Pluto in retrograde feels like walking through a haunted house in the middle of summer. It's like the energy, something that used to energetically scare you, like woo, and being like, can you please get out of the way? I don't have time for this right now. You know what I mean? Like you just gotta, it's like it's working through one's own healing journey in the space. And again, I'm telling you, with Neptune and Saturn in retrograde, being like booga 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 booga, and you being like, can you please, like, no, okay, you're terrifying. You know what I mean? It's like it's just like moving something energetically aside as you're looking for something else. It's that type of energy, right? And that's what I like about kind of like seeing some of this right now. But I got to tell you, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily easy, right? Like it's working through, and that's where we got that Capricorn moon right now. It's like working through grit, right? Like it's not, I keep on hearing, it's a lot of that, like not wishing, like wishing for things to be different is not how things change, is what I keep on getting. Like that is kind of the overarching message that we've been getting in the readings. Wishing for things, the difference between a manifestation and a wish is what you apply your hands to, right? And so that's why I see, and that's what I mean in relationality to the fact that we see that Mars has moved into Libra. I'm going to tell you right now, there's some energy coming into some fundamental separations right now. But I'll tell you right now, it's the difference, like the fundamental separation that we're potentially seeing has to do with the articulation of what one aspires that feels like it's energetically indulgent to the self, right? The perspective of the self that feels indulgent but isn't necessarily clear, versus the ability to empathize and to be able to see different perspectives upon things, right? It's a lot. I told you, like, again, these relationships are coming through right now are temperance relationships, which is the observation that anything can be done, but it requires mutual effort. That said, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. Hold on a minute. And just getting, oh, thank you, Kat. You're going over to the Substack to see the spread. Yeah, and I have to say, we've been seeing a lot of the similar cards coming up when you look at the spreads. I feel like I'm going to start doing that on Substack. I would like to start doing that. I think I might kind of start to do like a comprehensive just summary of seeing the spreads together over the week, so that you can see when we have a lot of those similarities and relationality to the lesson that we're seeing in the work of the cards. That's something. Would you guys be interested in seeing that? That's something I might think about doing. Absolutely. Yep. I got a huge move coming up. I mean, this is energy like this. I'm going to tell you, this is not a latent retrograde. I see a lot of energy moving around during this retrograde, but it's like, I got to say, like, it's a lot of the moving that's happening through this retrograde. I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably being done through gritted teeth. It's like, it's probably being done with, like, it's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. It's like it's working through a lot of that energetic resolve. Yep, evolution of the week. Absolutely. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on, yes, and consider the phone. Yeah, no, and that's what I mean too. And I do feel like I feel like things should start to, if you're feeling like a lot of this heaviness today, things should start to ease up tomorrow, because tomorrow we're moving back into, we're getting out, like we're getting out of Capricorn energy and we're moving into Aquarius, right? Like Sag to Cap. Like, I would tell you right now, I would not be surprised if there's some heavy arguments happening right now with the energy, like with the retrograde between Sag to Cap. You know what I mean? But like, there's like the energy, if you're going through something in that way, like, again, Aquarius full moon says everything is possible, but making sure that you're keeping a clear perspective is what I keep on getting. And I keep on getting the message too. A healthy ego helps us recognize the difference between our perspective versus others, right? All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, if you want to get on the list for today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic readings, animal spirit guide readings, and mind body spirit readings. And Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'll have to share a good link on how it affects your zodiac signs. Oh, please do. That sounds excellent, Fig. All right. And again, just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a past life that you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can post that information in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. That said, before we begin our daily collective today, why don't we warm up by doing a little bit of an intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. All right, I've got our guard card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we reach 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, Bridget, it's funny that you said owl, because I found them on the floor yesterday, like before we started, and there was definitely an owl on the floor. So you're a little bit ahead. We actually have the bull right now. No, you spelled it correctly, Oracle Erica. Excellent. All right. Good to see you, dear. Why don't we get to it? If you guys, as a reminder, and just a reminder, we're doing a giveaway right now. A win is a win. A win is a win. Good to see you. And just a reminder, guys, we are doing a giveaway right now, a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, we've got Kat. You are our top winner, our top gifter right now. So you are in the lead. How are you doing today, V? That said, and if you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can get on the list as well via my tree that has links in it in my bio. You'll find in my profile. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Please. All right, there we go. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, August 7th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. Oh, these cards are being so resistant today. I can already tell. We got here our 9 of Swords in its reversal in combination with our King of Wands in its reversal. Let's talk about it. Who wants to talk about it? Who wants to talk about it first? All right, let's get to it. What this is these two cards. This is a beautiful. These two cards together are a beautiful allegory in relationality to what we're experiencing during this retrograde cycle. Right? It's a lot of deep diving. And I keep on seeing it's potentially a time of like a lot of introspection, a lot of working through and assessing, and I feel like going through the past to a certain extent. But this is the thing that we effectively see and understand that allows and I got to point this out. A healthy journey is one that we look upon the past and we don't carry over sentimentality towards it, but we are able to energetically observe it because having a good perspective of the past creates healthy direction sense in the present, right? And this is why we work so hard on the healthy spiritual journey that does not require us to energetically disassociate. It's not the space by which we let go of things, right? Why? And again, like this is almost like, this is what I mean, like this is like Saturn, like this retrograde is Saturn, like working through the energetic lessons of Saturn. I was saying this before the podcast started. You know, Saturn's job, Saturn and Neptune retrograding. Neptune works on memory. Okay? And Saturn works on time. Saturn is not in the job of fixing things. That's not what Saturn does. If you go to Saturn and say, "Can you fix this?" Saturn says, "Absolutely not." That's not like, how dare you? How dare like Saturn will say to you, "How dare you? Do I look like a repairman?" It's not what Saturn does. But what does Saturn promise us? Saturn promises us and says, "I am not going to fix it for you. That's up to you. You fix stuff for you. But I will give you something if you come along with me. I'm going to give you some perspective," right? And because through perspective, everything is like, perspective changes as time passes. But this is also why I'm going to tell you right now, there are beautiful relationships that are coming together right now with the observation and the understanding of the recognition of what one is working on, right? These relationships right now, I keep on getting, these are the temperance partnerships. And what do the temperance partnerships have first and foremost? Exquisite direction sense, right? The observation of what one is working upon, the observation of what one needs to put that effort towards. There's going to be relationships right now that are fracturing as it relates to the difference between patience and progress, right? Because the ability of working through something is working upon the mutual effort that we put into it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, working through those energetic cycles. This is I want to say it's a very bittersweet time, because for some of these relationships that are coming together right now, it is the ability to identify and recognize the mutual audacity of past experiences that is fortifying the energetic connection. Now, I need to stress this right now. This is not the context. This is the energy that is feeling the relief as it relates to working through energetic partnerships like this. But I almost feel like this is the energy that is grieving together, right? Why are they grieving together? Because especially if these are circumstances where another person moved away from someone, right? Like created that point of closure. And in that state of closure, they've been working on healing, and someone energetically returns and is not energetically mindful of what that work is, right? If this is a lot of that, like that space of someone returning and almost like acting like nothing has occurred, right? We almost see that this is the energy that is working through the energetic frustration of the observation of the fact that time does not create recovery. Time does not require us to recover from anything. It is the ability to bring a different perspective to things that allow things to energetically heal. So that's why I keep on seeing that there are some fundamental cycles closing right now. And at the same exact moment, new energetic cycles beginning. And all of the things I'm seeing right now, and that's the benefit, like that's why I said right now this energy is most beneficial for energy that is coming into divine union or energy in separation. It is fortifying the energetic direction in terms of where it identifies progress is. This brings us to the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. Center card for today's spread. There's that devil card. I'm not surprised to see it. So let's talk a little bit about this. And I was articulating on this before we began today's reading. The thing you have to be conscientious about right now is working through fixation. Okay? We got a Capricorn moon right now. And it becomes really easy to get fixated on things when we're going through a Capricorn full moon. Not full moon, a Capricorn moon cycle, right? Because we work through, and I keep on seeing the difference between a healthy relationship and a fixation, right? Is the difference between the healthy relationship is one that is built upon and based upon surrender. It is the mutual appreciation that allows the space where all things can thrive. Fixation is never healthy in partnership because when we become energetically fixated on things, fixation is something that is very, very heavily driven in the space of the ego, right? It is the singular perspective by which we see something. That's why we call it fixate. Like that's why we call it fixated. That's often why people can't understand when we're fixated on things, because fixation is often like the unique perspective by which only you can see something. But what's beautiful about that, and I need to point this out, fixation in a positive way becomes energetic inspiration. Because again, what happens when we have an energetic vision, when we're able to see something in a way that nobody else can see it, and then we're able to expand upon it, we're able to share that with others. It feels like a gift. It feels like something that amplifies. It feels like something that fortifies. It builds into the energetic promise of what it is that we can create for one another. But when we're fixated on things, it's not that at all, is it? Right? Fixation can often feel energetically disturbing because it is a concentration on something that is a view that others cannot energetically share. It's the space by which we often recognize that we need to check our egos on something, right? Because it's the space by which it doesn't necessarily feel like it's healthy. And so I keep on getting that what's effectively happening right now is, for a lot of the energy and separation, the observation of a cycle being inspirational, right? Being nourishing, something that feels like it helps one see the vision of the future, versus an energetic relationship that feels like it's based upon fixation, which is often articulated not by something that is actually going somewhere, but more of like the obsession of another, right? The gravitational pull that we feel towards someone, but it doesn't have any clarity and relationality to where it's going. This is why as we heal, we are conscientious upon things we're energetically fixating upon, and how do we restore upon them? We ask ourselves, is this healthy? So that's what I keep on seeing is amazing right now for a lot of these energies that are in separation. It might be frustrating, but frustrating is the song you will hear when you're observing an unhealthy energetic cycle. It moves you out, it moves you out of it, right? Because you don't feel happy about it. You get that frustration point. And this is why we talk about, like, a healthy healing journey isn't one that is indulgent, right? It's not moving in the direction of something that just feels good. Like, you'll heal, but you'll be frustrated as you do so, because it's the observation of what it is that one longs for versus what one is receiving from another. And often we talk about a healthy manifestation isn't where you sit there and you're experiencing something from another and you go, change, 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 right? It's not the space where you sit and you try to turn a square into a circle. Like the manifestation says, if you're sitting with a square and you're trying to turn it into a circle, you'll be there till the cows come home. Why don't you go start looking for circles? Right? It's like the space by which we understand and we come into the acceptance of what another is giving us that allows us to move towards what is for us. It's frustrating, right? And often that's why I keep on seeing this is why, right? And I'm going to tell you right now that I feel like there are, just in the context that I see, that there are some really, really beautiful foundational relationships that are coming together right now in the space of understanding and recognizing mutual effort. So too, I see some like serious energetic closures of unhealthy energetic cycles that are being demarcated, particularly and especially not in an ability to try to work through something, but the energy that's trying to look towards another just to get over it. And I keep on hearing we don't get over anything, because when we get over anything, we condone it. And when we condone it, it creates the viability or the assurance that it'll energetically happen again. This brings us to our fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today. And this is why I see, like, and I'm going to tell you right now, for a lot of the energy right now, like we just pulled here, we've got the 9 of Wands in its upright in the combination with our 8 of Pentacles. Now I need to point this out. This is retrograde energy here. Do you want to see what I want to show you? This is why not all retrograde energy is bad. Okay, why am I going to say this? I'm going to show you what we've got here as it relates to the numeric equivalence of the cards. Did you notice what's happening with the cards right now? Look at this. We started with the 10. We moved into the 8. And we moved into the 9. And then we got the 8. So this is important. Let's pay attention to the message that we see with the 9 of Swords and its reversal, the 10 of Swords and its reversal, the 9 of Wands and its upright, and the 8 of Pentacles. When we are invested, when we are ready to investigate our past, we are able to see how we are energetically blocking ourselves so that we can do things energetically better, right? And this is the journey of a healthy energetic cycle. This is why all, like, retrogrades aren't necessarily bad things, because even you see here, just because the numeric values are moving in reversal, that's progress, isn't it? Right? The ability to look at something again, to see the energetic blockage point that allows one to be more energetic productive through it. It's not easy. It's gonna it'll frustrate you, because when you're frustrated, you're seeing how you can do better. So there's a lot of wisdom that's energetically coming into these energetic connections right now. That's why we see that potentially there's a lot of relationships right now, reading into the energy coming into divine union, clarification between our 10 of Swords and its reversal in combination with our King of Wands and its reversal. One card to clarify. Boom, King of Pentacles in its upright, right? So this is the articulation point that we recognize and identify as it relates to being able to energetically observe and to be energetically patient and to allow that energetic patience to become perseverance that creates, I want to say, like it's like the energetic resolve that feels like it's very stable. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is why I see that for some of the energy moving deeper into divine union, that ability of, I'm going to tell you right now, there's energy that is moving deeper into commitment right now, right? Might even be like a little bit of a surprise energy because the energy is in that modality with the combination of Sagittarius moon, the Capricorn moon that we just came through, that when we know what is for us, it feels, it's like the ability to move something into a deepening commitment almost feels like it feels lackadaisical, right? It's like the energy that doesn't put as much weight on it, but also when they don't put that much weight on it, they also don't see any point in waiting, right? Because this is the energy that already feels that they're deep within divine union. And often the indication of working into a manifestation is like I keep on hearing, it's like the energy that feels like they're already there, right? It's like the energy is moving deeper into divine union because it's almost the space by which, and I want to stress this, and this is why we talk about everything in its due time. When we're first entering into relationship, it's very important to be able to define what that relationship is, because by defining energetic relationships when we're first getting to know one another, we make sure that we're honoring each other's standards. But this is why when we move deeper into divine union, it doesn't feel as necessary, because as we grow to know each other, then the meaning that we have for one another is beyond words, right? It's like it's something that we articulate for others, not necessarily for the energetic connection that we hold for ourselves. So that's why I see a lot of that energy, like almost moving something into a deeper energetic partnership sooner, like almost sooner than expected, because it's a little bit of that, like, what are we waiting for? There's nothing to be waiting for. It's just articulating what is already there. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. For a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, this is why I told you this type of energy right now is most frustrating for energy that's deep within divine union. Clarification between our King of Wands and its reversal and that Devil card. Oh man. Can I get one card to clarify? Yeah, there it is. Like, here's the thing. We got the Eight of Cups. We got a lot of eight energy out right now. You know, like the eight of cups with the combination of the King of Wands and the Devil card in its upright. It works through, like, I'm going to tell you right now, it's giving a lot of the energy of working through the energetic desire to please others. And the thing about it is when we're deep within divine union, or when we're working through something to a certain extent, we've been kind of continuing on this. Um, the idea, like the goal or the aspiration to be energetically pleasing isn't necessarily kind, because it's the observation of understanding that when we articulate and care about one another, we work towards being able to identify what it is that we can do better. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through those energetic cycles, it's potentially working through frustration, potentially even identifying something that one gets frustrated about because it has not changed. But I keep on hearing, like, for a lot of the energy, like it's like the observation of working through, and I need to point this out, like when we're in a healthy place and we observe the frustration that we experience from another, right? it doesn't it doesn't bother us, but it does frustrate us, right? Because it's almost the observation of how much easier it could energetically be. But that's what I meant in terms of like the energy right now, deep within divine union, going through a lot of those like warrior lessons. And what does the warrior, like, what does the warrior do? Does the warrior stamp their feet when they see something that isn't ideal and say, I'm going home? This is I'm going home. Like, I'm going, I don't like this. I'm going home. Like that's not what warriors do, right? You just kind of deal with it. It's like, it's just like I keep on saying, it's like it's like the work continues unabated. Sometimes some days it's easier, some days it's harder. So I see that there's a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, working through, like persevering through this energy that feels a bit like a rut. But also, and this is the beauty, and I'll point out right now, if you're like deep within divine union and you're feeling this is just your reminder that when we are working towards, when we are feeling energetically frustrated, right? Sometimes sometimes the solution isn't to work harder, it's to work more comprehensively, which is the ability to step back and see the bigger picture. And that's often, I got to tell you right now, like that's often the lesson that we see and recognize with Aquarian cycles, right? Because Aquarians often arrive here with the desire to just be like, look, I've got a superpower. I could just disassociate like that. Disassociating is not a superpower. It's something you have to be very careful about, because when you disassociate, it's not like feelings go away. Feelings go up into the cloud. Now they're running everything, right? But when we're applying Aquarian energies in the proper way, right? Aquarians don't disassociate. They step back, they get more comprehensive, they see something in a bigger way, they're able to articulate and identify, like, and see something, they're able to identify a solution that's found within the bigger picture. So we see that for a lot of the energy, if you're going through that right now, be patient with yourself, and I keep on hearing, get a broader approach to an acute problem. Continuing to get clarification between our devil card and that nine, man, that 9 of wands. That I'm going to tell you right now, that's the only conscientious point we have to be careful about. We got to be real careful when Mars is in Libra. Okay? And why do we have to be careful when Mars is in Libra? Can I get clarification, please? Yeah, because the thing about Mars in Libra that we have to be conscientious about, and I want you to kind of pay attention to this if you're feeling this right now. Okay? Mars in Libra can create a lot of polarization. Okay, it has a tendency of creating a lot of polarization, a lot of that us against them, black or white, in or out. Like it's a lot of that type of vibration that we sometimes experience when Mars is going through Libra cycles. And the thing that we have to understand is, much like we understand through the cycles that we experience through Libra journeys, is Libras often arrive with a lot of more of that black and white thinking. But what happens towards a Libra journey as they advance through their own energetic cycles? They understand and recognize the nuance, right? That the ability to move into polarization in itself is flawed, because you can dive into something, and there's always, like, it's like there's always more to uncover. There's always more to understand. So this is why we also see that those who are in Libra cycles, they often start with a lot of that, like, I want to say, like, a lot of that good guy, bad guy mentality. And then they often move into like mystical approaches to things, because it's the understanding of the fact that the comprehensiveness of being able to split something in two is something that is energetically infinite. Right? You can always have something, effectively. Continuing to get clarification between our 9 of wands in combination with our 8 of pentacles. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that Lover's card. Okay, and that's what I mean in relationality, and that's what these cards right now, these are some of the wackiest cards we've seen in a while, the last couple of days. Because if you, I want you to go take a look. When you have a moment, go over to the Substack and take a look at today's spread. Because even in that context, right, it isn't about, and I keep on hearing, like, a lot of the work that we have to understand right now is, it's not, and it's going to be harder for those with Virgo and Aquarian placements right now. I'm just going to tell you, because if you, Virgo and Aquarian placements have a tendency of operating in the space of ideals. It's not about ideals. It's not about waiting for things to be ideal. Ideal is something that we make. It's never something that we arrive to. And that's why if we wait for the ideal circumstances for something to occur, that's often, like, you can just have fun holding your breath. Have fun holding your breath. Right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's working. It's allowing the context of being able to work with the circumstances and scenario and situations as you find. Right? When we just recognize that things are never ideal, we become the ideal. right? And because we don't look at situations and say, I got to get out of here, we say, what can I bring to the situation to create a better sense of balance, right? So that's often what we see that we work through with Libra cycles. So I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy right now, that's what I meant in terms of this being a time where there's going to be a lot of closing out of unhealthy cycles, but at the same exact time, I see a lot, like literally at the same time that I see cycles that are closing for energy and separation, I see an uplift in the energetic relationship because it's like it's the energy that like is able to see and recognize what mutual effort feels like. And this is either the relationships that are coming together right now or the frustration of energy and separation where another is recognizing someone that isn't necessarily having the inclination to work upon something, but trying to have Saturn do the work for them in the space of hoping that another person forgets something instead of honoring how they feel and being able to progress through it in a way that feels like it's energetically impactful. This brings us to the energy moving deeper into divine union right now. King of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups in its upright. Two cards coming out right now. Boom, there it is. I'm telling you right now, I would not be surprised if there are surprise. I would not, I'm gonna call it right now. I would not be surprised right now if there are surprise proposals coming through. I would not be surprised if there are a lot of like elopements that are happening in this type of energy. I would not be surprised if there are immediate plans that are being energetically made in relationality to partnerships, because everything I keep on seeing here is for a lot of the energy right now, a lot of these magician relationships that were coming together from between the time of the solstice period up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. There is a sureness here. Look at this sureness that I'm seeing, right? It is the mutual appreciation is what I keep on the mutual appreciation that is making the I keep on hearing that's making the certainty and popping a question because it's not even I keep on hearing it's not even a question is what I keep on hearing. They're popping a question because it's not a question because it's the energy that just feels so much of that integral alignment. It's like there's no like that's what I mean. Like it's not there's no question to be had. They're just like yeah, like we're like that's what I mean in terms of some of these relationships right now. So there's I keep on seeing the funniest thing about some of those situations will have to potentially be the surprise by which others are experiencing it because I'm going to tell you right now those relationships are moving at a very fast clip. And I feel like the hardest thing about it will have to be to explain to others why there's so much certitude that's happening in those relationships. But I keep on seeing it's based upon the mutual appreciation that they are finding within it. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And this is just, again, clarification between our Eight of Cups in its upright in combination with our Justice card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? There's that World card in its reversal. So, like, as I keep on seeing the energy deep within divine union right now, it's working. I'm telling you right now, if you are deep within divine union and you are feeling like the vibes are not immaculate, but you're just kind of chugging through it, you're doing just fine. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. You are doing a bang up job. If nobody else has told you today, I see you. I appreciate you. Keep on doing it. Another day in paradise. Okay. But I feel like that's a lot of the work that we're seeing with the energy right now, deep within divine union, right? It's working through less than ideal circumstances, but persevering through it anyway, right? And I keep on seeing like especially, I want to put it this way, like the energy deep within divine union, I keep on getting when it's hard to move things forward, right? When it's hard to move things forward, you become the energetic grease, which is the space by which you become energetically adaptable, you become transformative, you do the things that one desires to do, right? I keep on hearing you don't stamp your feet. You say I keep on hearing you don't stamp your feet, you start walking. Is what I keep on hearing. That's what I feel like is happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. You don't stamp your feet. Stamping your feet doesn't do it, doesn't get you anywhere. You start walking, right? So you just kind of allow yourself to be productive, even through some energy that feels like a bit of a rut. So, and I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like there's something about this energy right now. Even though it's frustrating, I see it's very productive because I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that's working through the frustration. And I keep on hearing like it's interesting because like they're like that's that Capricorn energy. It's like they're just getting their heads down, right? They're just like, just moving through it to a certain extent. Continuing to get, but and that's what I keep on feeling like. That's what I meant. If you're feeling like that right now, if it feels too much, like if you're feeling like this is too intense, I'm going to tell you right now, go take a walk. Take a page from an Aquarius full moon, which is that moment that says, like, when you can't take it anymore, step back, don't step forward, right? You can stamp your feet every step, but, but make sure that it's doing something that feels like it's energetically productive. Because I keep on seeing, especially with like this Aquarian full moon energy, sometimes in the middle of like right as we're about to like it's epiphany energy. It's like that moment that you're like, it was just at that moment that I was about to that I saw the bigger picture, right? I had that moment of clarity. And I feel like that's what we're effectively leading to with a lot of that Aquarian full moon energy, right? Like the beautiful the beautiful view that allows one to be able to see an energetic solution that one could not effectively see before, right? Continuing to get clarification between the Justice card in its reversal and the Lover's card in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Wow. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you right now, and this is what I mean about the fact that we've got Mars in Libra right now. Okay, we got heavy nines here and heavy eights. And the thing I'm going to keep on telling you guys, the thing I'm going to keep on saying, now is not the time to assume anything. Now is not the time to assume anything, particularly in the realm of your own feelings, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot. Everybody's going through it right now, and if you're experiencing something and you're getting deep in your feels, the observation and recognition of having a little empathy and giving someone the benefit of the doubt is going to allow for a little bit of that flexibility in terms of I keep on hearing patience, because I just want to show you here, like, look at this. We've got 9 of Wands in combination with 9 of Cups, right? This is energy. This is a backup. This is a backup. This is a backup, right? And so when there's sometimes, right, like the ability of understanding that what happens when another person is energetically jammed up, and then we're getting all on our feels about it and we're going, I'm done with this, right? Like we ruin things for ourselves. Don't be ruining something for yourself because the retrograde's got you all in your feels when there's something that could be energetically occurring there that allows for its own breakthrough point, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure you're not spinning your wheels, right? And how does one, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing you crash out when you spin your wheels, which is when you put too much energetic pressure on something that requires a little bit of easement, is what I keep on seeing. So I know that a lot of this energy, like especially with the planets that are retrograding in Aries, wanting to create that feeling of like frustrating, but like, I keep on hearing like having like just being like, okay, I can do something else. You know what I mean? Like it's like, you know, when you've got a lot of pot, when you got a lot of pots on the when you got a lot of pots on the stove, like when you're working with a lot of pots, then if something isn't coming into fruition, you go, it's okay. I'm just gonna work on that instead, right? You don't get all twisted up about it, is what I keep on getting. So I feel like that's what I'm seeing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, right? It's moving the frustration into something new, right? Because when things are slow, not only do we get our ducks in a row, sometimes we get a few new ducks. You know what I mean? Oh, look, I found some ducks. Come on in, guys. It's like it's a little bit of that type of energy right now. So that's what I'm going to say. And I'm telling you right now, for the energy deep within divine union, that is the most frustrating thing. And making sure that you're not projecting your frustration on the counterpart when they have nothing to do with it, especially if it's an internal problem right now, like that's going to be really important because I see it. It's like this type of energy. I told you, it's like short fuse meets try me, you know? Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Wands, our Four of Pentacles, and our World card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got this set. Man, these cards today. We've got the Seven of, and this is interesting too. We've had this Seven of Cups in its reversal popping up the last few days of readings. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know. I keep on hearing there's something I keep on hearing for energy and separation in relationality to, I keep on hearing the term preferential treatment. And why do I keep on hearing the term preferential treatment? Because I need to point this out. It's the energy when someone expects time to heal something, then they're assuming that I keep on hearing, they're assuming that their energy is so, I keep on hearing, is so, like, I keep on hearing, like, is so, um, like, I'll put it, the best way I can describe it is like when someone's like, say goodbye to this, you know what I mean? Like when someone is so much in the space where they feel that their absence is going to move someone off of their standards, and I keep on hearing when they return, and it's like the energy that comes back and goes, have you reconsidered? And someone being like, no, I've healed, right? Because I keep on seeing like an energetic relationship that's built upon fixation will anticipate that their energetic departure is going to affect some kind of sentimentality in relationality to another person pining for them. But I keep on hearing that's often why this is how we lose one another, because that's the space by which energy doesn't pine. When they're in a healthy space, they start to heal from situations, because I keep on hearing progress is articulated and found amidst mutual effort. It's not the space where things are fixed while another person is absent, because when another person's absent, they're like, you're going to do it for me. When I come back, everything will be ready, right? And I see this energy coming back to a situation that potentially even was the context of an unhealthy cycle, and discovering, having a rude awakening in relationality of understanding. And that's, I told you, this is like the Saturn and Neptune in retrograde going. Saturn goes, why do you think did you really think you were going to leave that to me to fix? Saturn is like, that's not my job. I see Saturn being like, that's not my job. My job, I keep on seeing Saturn saying, do I look like a repairman? Do you see me in overalls? Do you see me under the sink of your relationship? Like Saturn is like, that's not what I do. Like, that's not what I'm here for. I don't, that's, I'm not, I'm here to give you perspective. I'm your guide. Like Saturn's going, I'm a guide. I don't get under the sink and do that kind of stuff. That's yours. That's your sink. I hear them going, that's yours to work on. And so, I feel like there's a lot of this energy right now. Like, I'm going to tell you, right, I keep on seeing, like, do you see this? Like, I'll show you right now. Like, I'm just going to show you some of the reflectiveness we're having here. You know, this is the modality of different things happening. One person that was sitting there going, I bet, like, I just need to give it enough time until all of that is energetically forgotten. And meanwhile, while they were sitting there waiting, another person moves towards a healthy partnership. And then at the same time that I see that occurring right now, that's what I meant in terms of a lot of these relationships. I'm going to tell you right now, these are relationships that were being built upon mutual effort. And someone comes back and is like, surprise, surprise. Another person is like, what are you doing here? It's like the energy being like, it's a lot of that type of energy that's like working through I kept on hearing like the temperance relationships are being forged in the audacity, because it's the audacity of the mutual recognition that we don't heal things by going away from them and expecting them to be better when we come back. We heal things by putting mutual effort into things. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, not only is that energy fortified in those partnerships, but they also are looking at the context of another trying to come back almost like as a feeling of interception in terms of moving, like trying to interrupt their own healing cycle. While we see even now that for a lot of the energy right now, but I'd say for like the majority of this right now, like that's what I mean. Like a lot of the energy right now in separation and coming into union is feeling very fortified in this, because I keep on hearing the relationships that are coming together right now have clear direction sense. There's no confusion in terms of where it's going. Like I keep on hearing embodied manifestations are the articulation of not only articulating what we want, but being able to show very clearly that we're doing things that we need to do in order to maintain and work towards them. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now between our world card in its reversal and our 9 of cups in its reversal. Yeah, there's that, man, look at that ace of cups. That's a lot of that same, what are we waiting for? Every time I read into the energy right now coming into divine union, I just keep on hearing, what are we waiting for? Because it's the energy that feels like, and I think what's interesting about it is, I need to stress this, this is not energetic relationships that are rushing into union in order to fix something. It's just the energy that feels so energetically certain in the connection that it just doesn't feel like it makes sense to wait, because they know what it is that they want. And so it's like, I keep on hearing, it's like the tangibility of doing something is just, I keep on hearing it, making it clear for others, but not changing something within the self. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And this is why this energy right now, as I said, for the energy deep within divine union right now, this is potentially the most frustrating space for this energy to be. Boom, we've got 10 of Pentacles in its upright. So we've got, and I need to point this out, this is positive here, because I want to stress we've got a lot of similarities in cards that we're seeing right now in this spread. I just want to point out, like, and again, if you want to take a look at the spread, if you're listening to the podcast, it will be available over on the Substack. We've got heavy energy here with 9. So we've got double 9 energy that's happening here. We got double 8 energy that's happening here. We've got double 10 energy that's happening here. We've got, I believe I even have, I'm just checking. Yeah, we've got a lot, like there's a lot of these parities that are happening in these cards. And again, this also lines up very much with the astrology right now, because something very interesting is happening with the astrology in relationality to these retrogrades. Not only do we have a lot of energy right now retrograding, but the energy is retrograding in very close proximity. There are these retrograde pairs that we're seeing right now that I think we have to put some contemplation in. The first retrograde pair that we're observing is Neptune and Saturn. Now, Neptune and Saturn retrograding together is very, very intense and powerful, because it's the mutual retrograde of those planets in such close proximity that articulate the ability of understanding that the pathwork of healing isn't about forgiving everything. It's about remembering why. It's remembering why something is energetically important. And that's because, and this is like what we identified, this is what we mean in a healthy healing cycle. The gift of Neptune and Saturn working in collaboration with one another is to say that Saturn does not arrive, Saturn doesn't fix anything, but Saturn gives us an incredibly powerful tool to fix things ourselves. And that is perspective. Because Saturn says to us, look, I can't make that thing that happened to you go away. It's not in my power to make it better. I can't explain it. I can't take it off your back, but I will promise you something. If you follow me further, I'm going to give you a perspective on it that you might not necessarily be able to see now. And this is often why when we reach certain maturation levels, something that we used to be very, very stuck on, right? Something that we used to be really bitter about, we start to take more of an eased approach on because we understand and learn more about ourselves. So it allows us the context to heal. So I am potentially seeing a lot of healthy resolution that is potentially arising during these retrograde cycles. But what is the demarcation point that is potentially occurring as it relates to those resolutions? The ability to take accountability in terms of how one's perspective has changed from past to present. That is the context by which I see that there's a lot of healthy energetic bonds that are being restored, right? The ability of saying, I see something now that I could not see before, that allows the context of the healing to take place. Simultaneously, Chiron and Eris are again in parity right now, and they're retrograding in proximation to each other. What do we experience with Chiron and Eris retrograding together? Eris is chaos. Eris is chaotic. Chiron is about wounds that we can't remove. So this is potentially working through chaotic trauma, those moments or modalities that bother us because we don't understand them. And it's the observation that sometimes the worst wounds we have are not, it's the understanding that trauma is not caused from experiencing pain. It's experiencing pain that does not make sense, right? And the problem with that, and this is often why we hold chaotic wounds, is that closure often comes not through other people, right? It doesn't come through other people. It comes through understanding what energetically occurred. But this is often why chaotic people create wounds in us. Because if someone is acting erratically and there's literally no context or reason behind another person's actions, then going back to that person isn't going to give any clarity because they didn't have any in the moment that they created the wound in the first place. But this is why we talk about the responsibility it is within ourselves to be able to put intention to our actions, because Chiron and Eris retrograding together say that the space by which another person hurts you because they were acting chaotically is not something that you can control, but you can prevent more of that being on this earth by making sure that you are energetically intentional with your actions, which is being able to articulate why you feel the way you do and what you are energetically doing about it from a place that is grounded securely in the space of sense and logic. We also see right now, and that's what I meant in relationality to all of this like heavy retrograde energy right now happening, the benefits that we actually have. I'm going to tell you right now, the energy that's actually helping us out, that's down in those retrogrades with these planets right now, is Mercury in Leo and Pluto in Aquarius. Because Mercury in Leo and Pluto in Aquarius talk to us. Pluto in Aquarius says things are scary only in context, right? Pluto in Aquarius, that's why I've been telling you guys this whole time, like Pluto in Aquarius feels like a haunted house in the summer, which is the context by which something bothers us is often related to the experience by which we experience it. And that's often why things that used to make us afraid in the context of experiencing them, it's like, sorry, it doesn't bother you as much because you've been through it a few times, right? Like that's Pluto in Aquarius. It's a haunted house in the summertime being like, I don't have time for this. They're like, no, it's not the space. Like I don't have time to be working through this. It's not having that energetic effect on me. While Mercury, like when Mercury is working through Leo, it says, hey, bring some, I know it's hard to carry, but often if it's hard to carry, have you considered bringing a little compassion into it? Have you tried a little compassion? Have you tried a little compassion for yourself? Have you tried a little compassion for them? And remember, compassion doesn't mean bending over backwards. Compassion doesn't mean being nice. Compassion is the ability to look at a situation and imagine the point of view of another. And that's why, I got to tell you right now, sometimes when we have compassion, we get more rigid. Sometimes we see things in a space of compassion. We say, that makes it worse. That makes it worse. Sometimes when we see the perspective of another, this is why we sometimes become rigid in compassion, because it's the observation that either devastates or fortifies. The compassion that allows one to take another person's perspective, that then one is able to put empathy to something and saying, wow, I see how they didn't intend for something. I understand the difficulty that they were facing in that moment. But sometimes we hold compassion and we look at something with empathy and we go, that makes it worse. That makes it worse. That makes it worse. That doesn't, that compassion, the compassion of being able to see your point of view, it doesn't make it okay. It just gives more clarity as to why something is not. So that's why I keep on seeing bringing compassion to situations does not mean that you have to effectively energetically forgive something, but allow it to make sure that you're articulating in a way that makes energetic sense, right? And because when we are able to make sense, we're able to heal. The sense comes from the hard conversation upon what is real. Bottom of the deck on this reading, there's that other 9 card, 9 of swords. We've got, I got to tell you right now, we've got, how many nines we got out now? We got the 9 of wands out. We had the 9 of cups out. And now we've got the 9 of swords in its reversal. I mean, it's upright, bottom of the deck. Healing is frustrating, right? Being on a healthy spiritual path work is not about feeling righteous all the time. It's not about feeling right? It's the identification of worrying upon things and then putting that force of effort into what it is that we can work on and change and be energetically adaptable. And I keep on seeing that conscientiousness, right? The ability of navigating spaces. I keep on hearing it's a continuation of the lessons we were having when the moon was in Sagittarius, which is the difference between, I keep on hearing, radical truth and righteous truth, right? It's not enough to be honest about something, because honesty, like honestly, honesty can hurt somebody. Honesty can devastate someone. When we are compassionate with our honesty, we are careful with our honesty, because you have to understand, when we experience too much honesty too quickly, that can lead to the fracturing of an energetic ego, which is not energetically safe. That's why we do the work, even when we're compassionate with each other. This is why we sometimes see truths in each other when we care about each other, but we're very gentle with them, because the ability of coming into understanding of the self is the ability to navigate a truth that helps us, that makes sense within us and doesn't create that devastation point. And that's why, again, there's nothing worse than when someone's like carrying trauma, to say to someone, just get over it, as if you could, as if the trauma was something that you were choosing to carry forth with you. Or simultaneously, the space of saying something that was really painful to another person and then trying to say, it's okay because I was being honest. It's not okay to be honest. We have to navigate the spaces of understanding kindness. And kindness does not mean nice. Kindness does not mean nice. It is the intention by which we apply something for the best intention of the person, right? So when we are navigating difficult truths, we have hard conversations, but we are gentle with that hardness, right? We work through something in a way that we ease into working through it to resolve it. Simultaneously, that is what we would identify as radical truth, right? The ability to bring radical truth to a situation that sometimes feels like it creates a little bit of destabilization, but it requires us to be brave in order to face it so that we can move into a deeper state of understanding about the context that we experience something and the world around us. But when we are applying righteous truth, we're not so much invested in the intention of moving something forward so much as we often want to hold on to the security of an energetic position. Righteous honesty can be something that feels like it is indulgent because it doesn't necessarily move something forward. It's something that you do in a defensive way to be able to stand firm in terms of what you feel. So that's why we see that observation point. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're asking me about working through the frustration and wanting to bring to like honesty to a situation, ask yourself the energetic intention. Is the intention something that feels like it heals? Is it something that feels like it moves something into a way that allows for that context of something resolving and healing in a better fashion? Or are you doing it more from a defensive perspective? Something that feels like you're articulating something, not because it helps the situation, but because it makes you feel energetically stronger through a point of pain. That's the one I would kind of articulate to be more sensitive about with energy like this. Because I'll tell you right now, there's something about this retrograde that feels a little bit akin to a powder keg. But I'm going to tell you right now, the difference between a breakthrough and a breakdown is being able to find the fortitude to be able to work through something from a point of consistency that allows something better to be on the other side of it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Also, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into my live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning our next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything you come across in our studies. If you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your personal tarot goals going forward. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive the complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me as well. Even if you don't become a founding member or a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events or my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you a recap on everything that we've been experiencing energetically. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'll be writing one this week on the full moon. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read for today. Congratulations to Suzanne. You got our highest gifter today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 21.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, Bridget, you came in second, dear, so you will have an additional card in your one card reading today. And congratulations, Suzanne. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic readings, and mind body spirit readings. Thank you for those hashtags, Figs. So good to see you today. Always a pleasure to see you as well, Witches Brew. How are you doing, Curly? The list is open if you would like to get on it. Yesterday, and that's wild, Kat, that you pulled the same cards as I did. That's incredible. But again, this is the vibe right now. Just getting to your Substack. Thank you, Kat, and thank you for becoming a subscriber. Evolution of the week, yes, and consider the full moon coming up, absolutely. And thank you again, Fig, for sharing those links over on the Discord. Yep, you spelled it correctly, Erica. Hi there, V. So good to see you. Welcome, Chanti. Good to see you as well. And Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How are you doing today, Bookcase? Hi there, Curly. Virgo, how are you doing right now in this energy? I want to be like a little conscientious for my Virgo babes and my Aquarian babes right now. Surprise proposals. Y'all better share if it happens. Thank you as well, Belladonna. Hina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We can totally stamp while you walk, Ava. And thank you as well, Suzanne, for those gifts, and congratulations on winning that. Looking forward to our reading. Thank you for those ducks, Belladonna. How those ducks get there, exactly. Magnanimous, that's a good word. The planets are having a messy summer, and that's fine. Beautifully said. It is. It's very messy. I like that. That is the word. No worries, D. Nothing to worry, nothing to apologize for. And Jet Set, thank you for the heart, niece. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you share live. So good to see you today. Hope you're well. That makes it worse. I should have kept. Jill, I've got you on the list right now. And you, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Bridget, that makes it worse. Should have kept it to yourself. Thank you as well. Grand Rising, Haley. I had a rough morning with my mom. Oh, it's okay. Take your time, Haley. And you know it's there for you. That's why I record it, so that way you don't have to feel rushed if something else is happening. And thank you as well, Little Hawk. Grant, good to see you today. It's all good. I'll make it an even better day than it was going to be. I love that, Haley. That's a beautiful attitude to have right now. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Where'd we go? Hi there, Suzanne. Welcome. Good to see you from Ontario. And there is a Suzanne. Yep, I was congratulating her. It's rough for me. I know. Listen, and that's what I'll listen for my Virgos right now, and for my Aquarians. I want you to remember, perfect is not a place, right? Perfect is we work towards perfection, right? We don't overly internalize if things aren't perfect right now. Dada, I'm super well. Oh, I'm so glad you got closure. Sending you so much support on that journey, Dada. Oh, I'm so happy for you. All right, friends, we are going to continue right now. We're going to get started on personal readings. If anyone else would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm so glad that these messages have helped you right now, Dada, and I'm sending you so much happiness and joy going forward. That said, my friends, we are going to get started today. First person we are reading for is, we've got Kara. Kara, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Kara's question, let's warm up our intuition muscles with another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ava, well done. we will do that again after the next reading. I like that, Deep. Light up the darkness in different ways. That's a beautiful way of describing it. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list for today, you can also do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to pin up. I can imagine, Dada. I'm so glad that you have that relief right now. All right, I'm going to pin up Kara here. Guys, make sure to give Kara a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. We're doing a general read. Oh, we're doing, okay, the general read was insightful. We're doing a love reading on recent situation. Got you, dear. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Kara? And, okay, okay, this one? Hold on. Specifically that one. There's something important about that card. Thank you. What do we got here? Okay, let's get to it. You know, I'm seeing something here that I think is really interesting because is this person caring for somebody? I've got somebody here in a caretaker role, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I see some kind of situation or circumstance where another person is like, I got to point this out. When someone is caring for another person, it doesn't allow for a lot of room to like, I keep on seeing it's like the exhaustiveness of like being energetically busy is what I keep on seeing. Like I see a situation where someone's like constantly in a space where they're having to care for others. Doesn't leave room. I keep wondering, it doesn't leave room for dalliances. But I keep on hearing energy that dilly dallies experiences like a space where another person is overwhelmed and they fill it with what they themselves would be doing in that kind of way, shape, or form is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like it almost feels like somebody projecting something onto you. Um, it's interesting, is what I keep on getting. It's awful. I keep wondering, it's very, very interesting where another person's head runs because I keep on hearing another person's head runs to where like they themselves would go, is all I keep on hearing. Another person's head runs to where they themselves would go. So I keep on seeing, make sure that you're not getting in arguments about things that have not happened is what I keep on hearing, because often like energy that doesn't want to finish a conversation will create a distraction point by articulating upon something that never happened is what I keep on saying. They're like, notice, I keep on hearing the guides say like notice, like I feel like I keep on saying like notice, it's like I feel like it's like I see somebody like having an argument with someone and then like they're having an argument that they don't want to have and then they just throw a smoke grenade into the past is what I keep on seeing. Like you're like literally like you're trying to have a conversation with someone and then all of a sudden they're like, boom, what was that? Right? Like somebody going like, what was that? And being like, what are you talking about? Being like, you know that thing? And being like, what thing? That smoke grenade I just threw into the past is what I keep on seeing. Make sure that you notice if somebody does that, what you were talking about right before that occurred is what I keep on getting. Make sure that you're being, I keep on hearing when that happens, don't argue, pay attention. When that happens, don't argue, pay attention to someone creating an energetic distraction point. And I keep on hearing like there's something to be said about maintaining focus and conversation, that the past is a library, it's not an armory, which is not the space by which we interrupt a conversation by bringing up something in the past that has absolutely no relevance to what we're talking about in the present, but almost like creates another person feeling like they have the higher ground because now you're arguing about something that they are like that they are like they are the energetic authority to the thing that they've created because it only exists in their head is what I keep on hearing. So make sure that you're not make sure that you're not entertaining conversations like that. And I keep on seeing because especially like I keep on hearing it's like wind energy, which is like when someone creates a windmill, you don't feed into the windmill by talking towards it. Like it's almost a space that you have to shut someone down and say, I'm not going to get in an argument about something that you created. Because I keep on seeing like in the moment that you argue about something that they've created, you've energetically validated it to them. Um, there's something really important to notate. And I keep on hearing like there's something really important to notate, especially as it relates to an active imagination. And I keep on hearing somebody has an active imagination, but when an active imagination is in a positive space, you picture the future with it, is what I keep on seeing. You picture the future with it. And I almost see somebody who has this tendency of their active imagination, um, like like make sure that I keep on hearing make sure that they're putting the active imagination in healthy directions, which is not getting fixated on a past that didn't happen that they're creating. Um, I feel like there's something really difficult about this because I see somebody in some kind of modality of avoidance. And I keep on hearing the words when someone starts to do that. Um, I keep on hearing like you have to write this down. We're getting back on subject. We're getting back on subject. Like I almost see you have to observe and say to someone, it seems to me like you're trying to change the subject, is what I keep on hearing. You have to write that down. Like, don't get in an argument with someone about something. Just say, it seems to me like you're trying to change the subject. Because when we are, I keep on hearing, when we're having a conversation, we are focused on the resolution point. So make sure someone isn't trying to get you in a defensive space because they don't want a conversation and relationality to the direction that something's going. Because I see you, like, I see you like in this, like, I feel like I see you in some kind of caretaker role. I see some kind of situation um where you were just like I always see a situation where you were like crashing out, where you needed help and somebody like energetically abandoned you and they've like created some kind of like false reality in relationality to what was happening in a space that they energetically abandoned you. And I keep on hearing you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't walk away from someone and then paint stories in what was occurring in your energetic absence. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 10 of wands. Make sure someone is not creating a situation where they're trying to keep you on a shelf, which is the space by which, you know, they say they don't want to energetically do something with you and they're not effectively available. But then if you do anything that is other like that's not involving them, then they get up in arms in terms of what you are doing, or they jump to the same conclusion. And I keep on hearing you're not an you are not a Hummel figurine. It's like you want hearing you are not a Hummel figurine. A Hummel figure, you are not someone, you are not something that is kept on a shelf and says, you stay here and you don't bother me until I'm ready to do something, and you can't go anywhere other than what it is until I want to look at you. Like I keep on hearing healthy relationship does not create the context by which we navigate situations or scenarios like that. So I keep on hearing someone cannot have their cake and eat it too, which is and again the reason we say you can't have your cake and eat it too, which is the space where you can't say I'm not going to be here, but I don't want you doing anything. I don't want you going anywhere because if you do, I'm gonna like get all twisted in my head in relationality to what I'm imagining happened, even though I made the intentional choice of not doing it with you. You can't, it's not energetically productive or healthy. So I keep on seeing that, like, you need, make sure that someone isn't getting off topic every time you try to have if this is happening every time you try to have a conversation about where the direction of something is. Make sure someone is not coming into a space of saying, we're not going to move forward until you're perfect. And because when someone says, well, this isn't perfect, progress does not require perfection. Progress does not require perfection, because you have to understand, perfection is a Zeno's paradox, right? Like, when we are looking for perfect, there's always something that can be perfected upon. So if someone's saying to you, this isn't progressing because you're not perfect yet, understand that that is someone saying, I don't want to progress forward. Don't let them project that onto you, because it's giving me like a little bit of this white glove approach, where every time you try to ask someone for direction, they're like taking a white glove to something and being like, explain this, right? Like the space by which another person articulates and says, like, what do you have to say for yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Like someone who, instead of having a conversation on direction, makes it an inspection. Write that down. Pay very close attention if every time you ask for direction, someone makes it an inspection. Because I keep on hearing direction does not require inspection. But someone that does not want to progress forward as it relates to a manifestation goal will often move into the modality of inspection, and will say, well, I was going to, but it's just not up. Sorry. It's just, you just haven't passed the muster yet. Nope. You see that? Like, look, I ran my finger under the table. Ah, it's a shame. If you could just do a little bit better, we would get there. Make sure someone's not doing that to you. And I keep on hearing, if someone keeps on saying, now is not the time, say, when is the next, when can we have this conversation again? Don't let someone get distracted as it relates to what you're trying to have a conversation on. Because sometimes when someone doesn't want to move forward like that, it's requiring you to read between the lines in terms of what they're articulating or saying versus what they're energetically doing. That is our day. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kara. And if this message connected to you as well, and I keep on hearing the same rules must apply for both of you, especially if this is a situation that they're trying to articulate that they can do anything they want, but they say yes to something that you say you can do, but then there's the consequences. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kara. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Is there even a monkey? Dada, I hate to break it to you. I've been pulling a lot of cards. I have yet to see a monkey in that. You know, I want to bring, I feel like today is a day of clearing. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think there's a monkey in that. If it's there, I have not seen it yet. Thank you, Curly. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. They think I lied about an event. I don't know if they think that. I keep on seeing hold your horses. Pay attention to when they bring it up. I keep on seeing pay attention to when they bring it up, because it feels like a flash. Oh, there's the monkey. Thank you. It feels like a flash. It feels like a smoke. It feels like a smoke. It feels like what's over there? You know what I mean? Like it feels like one of those when I'm reading for it. Grand Rising, little vamp. Hi there, dear. Good to see you, Ella. It is somewhat similar. Oracle Erica's reading was a little bit, no, it was different. It was different. It had more to do. I'm going to say that one had more to do with some kind of fear of missing out This doesn't feel like a fear of missing out. This feels like somebody creating an energetic distraction point rather than having a conversation. And yes, Suzanne, you won the reading, dear. Congratulations. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. No, thank you for the gifts, dear. Hold on a minute. Yes, hold on. Wait. It is frustrating. Mhm. Hold on a minute. So I mean, it says I mean, like I keep on seeing, I feel like an energy like that. I see somebody coming back. And again, if you're in separation with a person like this, I'm going to tell you right now, if they come back, that is a bookmark moment. It's not a chalkboard erase. Whatever you were talking about, make sure that you pick back up exactly where you left off. Because I just keep on seeing a situation where you're trying to have a conversation with them in relationality to the direction that was something was going into. And then all of a sudden, like I keep on hearing if they're creating figments, right? Like, don't make sure that they don't come back and say, I'm ready to forgive you. Be like, what are you talking about? There's nothing to forgive. Let's continue the conversation we were having, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you again, Curly, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right. You're so well. No, thank you, Suzanne. You earned it. You got it fair and square. All right. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is also, friends, we're at 27.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. It is a great time to get on the list right now. If you want to get on the list is nice and short. You'll be the third person read for. Yes, Kath, it's open if you'd like to get on. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, akashic, animal spirit guide readings, and mind body spirit readings. Next person is Jill. Jill, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Jill's question, why don't we do another intuition check? I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. So go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wren. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I got you, Jill. Wonderful. All right, let me see here. Hold on, let me just read over the comments. An Akashic reading is basically understanding the deeper context as to why you're here. So it's like higher life purpose, as it were. And again, speaking of which, we're doing one right now. I'm pinning up Little Hawk. Can I please get 4 cards? 4 cards. Please. Oh, hold on. 3 cards. 3 cards, please, for Little Hawk. And we're going to do 4 because somebody's asking for 4. Thank you. 1 more, please. Okay. All right. What do we got here? Wow. You know, this is really interesting because I feel like I'm seeing some kind of situation or circumstance where There's a lot of guardian energy around you, is what I'm identifying. And the thing that's interesting with energetic guardian energy is, I'll put it this way: there's energy that arrives here because they're working through energetic lessons, and then there's energy that arrives here because they recognize that others are going to need some help. Is what I keep on hearing. There's a little bit of there's something that I'm reading in relationality to it that feels like a bit of a mayday, mayday, if you will, is what I'm getting. Um, it's actually it says to me like it's interesting because it's almost saying to me that um, there's something in relationality to um, I would not be surprised if you are a very strong support system um, for those that are energetically around you, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on getting that a large space by which you arrived was the context of understanding that um, you I keep on hearing you weren't coming here, you weren't arriving here to effectively try to work through an energetic lesson, as it were, but rather because um, you have some kind of extremely deep investiture in like the energetic care. I keep on hearing like it feels very, very civic minded. It's like it feels to me like it almost felt like an energetic responsibility to arrive. Particularly, I want to say like particularly now in the context of recognizing and working through a point of difficulty and being able to help others through it. Um, I feel like the hardest thing that I see you kind of navigating to a certain extent is and I keep on getting like heavy Libra energy around something, which is the space by which the desire there's a very subtle line that one needs to draw in the difference to the ability to help or empower, is what I keep on getting. Like this is and I feel like it's interesting because I almost hear you like I feel like you might even have a few different points between you and the guides as it relates. I would not be surprised if you have dreams where you're arguing with your guides to a certain extent, because sometimes it's, and I want to point this out, sometimes it's a positive thing to argue, like, especially if you have dreams where it feels like you're arguing with energy that you don't know, because when we have like when we have a particular way of doing something, I feel like I keep on seeing the fact that you've got this kind of like argumentation point with some of your guides, which says like your higher self is like going through a little bit of this space of saying like, you know, don't question my method. Is what I keep on seeing. I almost see a little bit of this like vibration of you having to go through like guide work, which like it's like somebody like a question. I keep on hearing a question a question method is a fortified approach. Is all I keep on hearing. So if you have argumentation points with your guides and it feels like they're pushing back on you, or you sometimes feel like the guides are messing with you, I keep on hearing the guides that are saying a question method is a fortified approach, which is the space by which you're trying to like bring about some kind of context of change, and you may be feeling really frustrated because I keep on hearing like it may feel like you're trying to push something uphill at times, but I almost see that there's like the reason that there is that like context of energetic rigor there is because of I feel like I see you kind of facilitating in some kind of space where you're being very protective, not just for yourself, but for those around you. By saying, like, I keep on hearing someone say, like, I don't care if I'm being rude. Like, like I don't care if I'm being rude. I don't care about it's like you when you're saying to someone, like, I don't care if I'm being rude, I keep on hearing rude is subjective. You can't say I'm being rude if you're doing. I keep on hearing you can't say I'm being rude if you're doing something unconscionable. Is what I keep on hearing. I almost hear you saying that to someone. Like you can't say I'm being rude if you're doing something unconscionable because rude is energetically subjective. Um, I feel like there's something really, really energetically important about that because I keep on hearing that a lot of that work, um, it feels very, I need to point this out. It feel like this is why I would describe this as feeling very much like a protector energy because I almost see you doing something saying, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for those that come before, like come after me, which is the context by which we are. I keep on hearing like those that are more in guardian energy understands that we're not indulgent because we're constantly prospectively understanding that there are those that come after us and that our legacy is such that we are not just mindful of the present but we're also mindful of doing the work for those that move ahead of us and I feel um, like that is a little bit of the difficulty point because I feel like that is a little bit of the recovery um, that's happening in relationality to why you chose to come at this time because I keep on hearing like the space by which we say I would not be surprised if you've had to have conversation with someone and saying just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should because the fact that you can do something is a luxury. It's a gift, right? And when we're energetically mindful, we understand. I keep on hearing we recognize that and like I almost see you saying like I almost feel like I see you having a conversation, being like, what would happen if everyone had that point of view, right? Like I almost see you saying that to someone like someone who feels like they have a right to something because they've earned it and another part like I almost see you like having a conversation with someone saying what like what kind of legacy is that like what kind of legacy of is that you leave in the context of saying look at them they had a right to something they felt like they earned it so they did it like I see you almost saying to someone like think a little about how others experience that not just the context by which you navigate like it's almost like I feel like a lot of the work that you were set here to do was helping another person recognize their entitled point of view. Bottom of the deck, hangman in its reversal, right? Like I feel like that's what I mean. I would not be surprised if you do a lot of things right now. And that like I would not be surprised if you feel like you've had a lot of moments in your own path work where you feel like you've had to be an activist or an advocate for things, is what I'm identifying. Because I feel like I just keep on seeing that um, this isn't your first time here. But I actually think it's interesting because I feel like I see some kind of energetic cycle where you make the intentional choice of arriving not for the sake of the self, but almost like to act. I keep on hearing like to act as that protective force for those that need it, is what I keep on seeing. So if you've been feeling like this, like I feel like I keep on hearing I keep on hearing the words, it's thankless, but it's fundamental, right? It's the it's the space. I keep on hearing it's like, it's the work that is tireless, but also I keep on hearing like, I feel like this is, um, I keep on getting like, there's a lot of throat chakra clearing here for you to an extent because I almost see like you clearing your throat chakra is you not just being able to articulate upon something, but almost saying that you have firsthand experience on it. So it's like I feel like there's that. I feel like you have a really good eye in terms of noticing the difference between someone who talks about something versus someone who knows something, because I feel like it's you being able to say, like, have you considered this, or have you brought that like point of view there? And I feel like this is like there's something about this particular time right now that I would not be surprised if you're experiencing a lot of that feeling of throat chakra clearing, because I almost see you like really kind of like gravitating into that right now, because it's like it's not like I said, it's like the activation point of the throat chakra is like a bit of like why you're effectively here. It's like I keep on saying it's like that, like that's why you're here, which is like I keep on hearing you say, I've been waiting a long time to say this. That's what I keep on hearing. It's like someone going, I've been waiting a long time to say this. Here, this is what I like, this is what I have to say about it. You know what I mean? I think that's interesting because I feel like I see you finding those like ways of communicating. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Little Hawk. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You were also asked to come back. I don't feel like what's interesting, I don't see someone that was asked to come back. I feel like this is someone that waits for the opportunity to come back when needed. Little bit like they didn't need convincing. They didn't need convincing. It's different. Movement, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I am super protective. I was a social worker for years. Thank you. I go where I go where is needed. Thank you for confirmation on what I was seeing in the cards. Throat chakra resonates deeply. I have a vocal condition. Thank you for confirming what I was reading there. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like, again, like there's a little bit of that energy. Like I keep on hearing like there's something that's happening right now with that throat chakra, which says, like, like it's a lot of that. Like, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it's the condition, but there's also the space by it's like, there's a lot of that focus in relationality to the context of working through the frustration of that. That's almost like amplifying your own ability to communicate is what I keep on seeing. It's like it's moving you into communicating in different ways is all I keep on seeing. You know, it's like overcoming the hurdle. You're so welcome, Little Hawk. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on your journey. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon. If you'd like to renew, we're going to continue right now. Good to see you, Team Osana. All right, the next person on the list for today is Suzanne. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything on private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I'm going to take a moment, and before we start with Suzanne's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The eagle. Thank you for the gifts, Hardy P. And heads up, Captain, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Dog, frog, Suzanne. We pick one animal. You guys with the merging of the animals, man. All right. Where were we? Let's continue. And it looks to me, I'm going to pin up, hold on a minute. I'm just going to pin up Suzanne here. Guys, we want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. Make sure to give Suzanne a follow. All right. Okay, can I please get 3 cards for Suzanne? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And 1 more. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I feel like I see you doing something right now that you're just like you're getting really fed up about. I see something right now that is taking longer than you expected it to take. Um, I see you navigating some kind of frustration here. I see you like questioning an energetic direction, but I want you to understand that um, I keep on hearing, I don't want you to don't get frustrated on what you can't change. There's some kind of opportunity ahead of you right now that I feel like I see you trying to like push something forward. And like I see you getting really frustrated, being like, maybe I should stop. Like I'm getting a strong message from the guide saying, just give it a little bit more energetic effort, is what I keep on seeing because I keep on hearing like, um, make sure you're not bringing hostility to a situation. Make sure you're bringing like persistent effort, right? Like this, I keep on hearing like the space by which we don't go away from something. I just I'm seeing like something about like pushing something forward and not being volatile, but just being even more like the almost like the space by which you say to someone, I am not going to stop. This is like, this is not, I keep on hearing like, this is not you. Um, like the different, I keep on hearing the difference between a fit and a mission is what I keep on hearing. The difference between a fit and a mission is the space by which another person says, I think, they'll probably get tired of this versus someone saying, this is never going away. And in fact, it's going to get bigger, is what I keep on seeing. Like the energy that you almost say, like, I'm going to make, like, I'm going to make, this is not, this is not something, like, this is not something that I'm going to run out of steam on. This is the modality by which you will find me. And I feel like you have to kind of take a bit of the like being as inevitable as the sea on something, which is the space by which you keep on articulating to another person that you're not going to be energetically satisfied until there's some kind of point of resolution. Because I feel like I see a situation, like I almost see like somebody looking at you right now, almost like a storm, is what I keep on seeing. Like they got their heads down and they're like waiting for, I keep on hearing it's like they're waiting for the storm to pass. Like they're like, okay, this is gonna like pass. But that's what I mean in terms of you kind of having to just like, I feel like being even more serious is what I keep on seeing. Like almost like letting another person understand that um you're not gonna be tired. Like this is, I keep on hearing like you have to say like this is all I care about now, you know? Like this is like I feel like this is like I feel like again it's like when you have a mission, I keep on hearing when you have a mission, you want to let others know about it too, is what I keep on hearing. Like a mission, I keep on hearing like a mission is not something that we're going through. A mission is something that we articulate to others about. It's the space by which we say like I keep on hearing like when we I keep on hearing that the difference between a fit and a mission is we get others on board. We get others on board, which is the space by which we look and we see who else has experienced something. So the guides are almost saying if you're feeling frustrated right now, perhaps look around, start asking questions is what I keep on seeing because I feel like there's something about an experience that you're having that is going to get fortified by identifying and recognizing someone who has shared in that experience. And I keep on hearing, remember, you amplify things not by getting louder, but by finding others that can join the chorus. Bottom of the deck, there's that, like, there it is, the Six of Wands, right? I keep on hearing the guide saying, remember, you don't move things forward by getting louder. You move things forward by being able to have others join the chorus, which is the space by which you find others that are in agreement with you or have experienced something similar, that then allow you to be able to move something forward with effort, not having to put more effort into it by having energetic help with it. So if that, like, I feel like there's a strong message right now in relationality to that, and potentially thinking about shifting one's approach as it relates to navigating a problem, right? Looking for others that may also have experienced something of a similar nature. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Suzanne. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Kathleen. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 2nd person read for today. Hi there, Movement. Welcome. Oh, so much love right back to you, dear. Good to see you today. All right. My home. Oh, thank you, Suzanne. I was lied to. Oh my goodness. 2 guys lied so they could get each other a job. Oh my gosh, that's wild, Suzanne. I was going to give up and then decided I'm not going to give up. So they don't do this to another person. They hoped I'd give up, but I'm not. Thank you for confirming what I was reading. Yeah, I thought I'd I'd wear myself out. They could get away with it. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Suzanne. And Deborah, sending you support as well. Thank you for also receiving this message. You're so welcome, dear. I hope you find that resolution, and I hope this message helps you on that journey. And you're so welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 36.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. It totally did. It confirmed to me not to give up. I hope that, thank you for confirmation on that. All right, as we continue right now, as we wait for Kat's question, let's do an intuition check. Also, if you guys want to get on the list right now, it's the perfect time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. List is nice and short right now. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, dream interpretations, Akashic readings, animal spirit guide readings, and mind body spirit readings. All right, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when I reach 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Kath. We have the dragon. Thank you so much. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. Let's continue. Where were we? I got you right here. I've got, yep, I see you, Kath. Let me pin you up. Guys, make sure to give Kath a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Okay. Kath, what to be expected for the rest of the year? Can I please have 4 cards, please, for Kath? 2, 3. And 1 more, please. I see you energetically standing up for something, you know? I'm seeing something here. Like I feel like it's interesting because like I feel like there's some kind of energy around like, and it's interesting too because I feel like there is some kind of opportunity that's coming towards you. But what's interesting about the energetic opportunity is I keep on hearing a controversial opinion is what I keep on seeing. But I think that that's the thing that's interesting about it. I feel like I see some kind of situation where you're you're stating something or articulating something that is controversial, but I keep on hearing also applauded, if that makes sense, you know? Like I feel like this is like the year. I feel like this is the year that you like you put some boxing gloves on, is what I get. But I need to point this out, and I keep on hearing it's not wrong to put boxing gloves on when you're standing up for things. Is what I keep on seeing, and I think it's interesting too because like um, I feel like there is something um, there's something I see that I see you doing it not just for yourself, but for those around you to a certain extent. I'm also potentially seeing some kind of move here, which is interesting. I don't know if there's been like and that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. It's like it's giving me some kind of move that comes to fruition. I keep on hearing with the move comes some liberty to be able to I keep on hearing like be more energetically opinionated about something is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like that's what I keep on getting. It's like I feel like there's some kind of like space like I feel like that's what I mean. Like the empowered loose tongue, which is the energetic song of options, which is the space by which I see that you are being more like I want to say like you're being more articulate or you're being more argumentative about things because I feel like it's amplified by the fact that you recognize that there is a choice, you know? And I actually think it's interesting because I almost see a situation where I see like almost you about to go from somewhere and another person like trying to hold on to you and being like, "What what will it take to get you to stay?" And so I almost see you saying to someone, like, and that's what I mean. Like, I see you like almost waiting to give someone a piece of your mind, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like that is what's coming for you. Like what's coming, it says to me like the thing that feels like it closes the end of the year because it does feel like it comes like come at the demarcation point of the end of the year. I feel like there's something I see you closing out a cycle because you get peace. I keep on hearing you get peace of mind by giving someone a piece of your mind is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on getting it's like you get peace of mind by giving someone a piece of your mind, which is the observation of you being able to say, well, now that you've asked, funny you should ask because I've got a few things to say to you, is what I almost see. Like it almost feels like I almost feel like it's like that you give someone the gift of the peace of your mind as you're energetically leaving a situation. I feel like I keep on seeing you say, like, look, I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm genuinely telling you how I experience something to avoid that happening again, right? Like I almost feel like and it's interesting, like I almost see someone like potentially taking you on in like some kind of relationship shifting, like someone almost keeping you on in some kind of um I want to say like it almost feels like some kind of advisory role because I see you like shifting out of a situation, but another person saying like, you know, we want to find like I see someone like almost bending over backwards to try to find some kind of way to continue to work with you in some capacity is what I keep on seeing. Um, from the relationship perspective, I feel like there is a lot of positive stuff that's happening. Um, I want to like I feel like the hard thing about this is I see you like closing out an unhealthy energetic cycle. But that's the thing I keep on seeing. Like it does feel to me like somebody, I don't know if someone's coming back right now from the past or if this is currently occurring, but I just keep on seeing like you having a conversation with someone in relationality to what it takes to fix something. Because I just keep on seeing that like I've got two different things that I'm identifying here. I see some kind of new opportunity professionally where there's some kind of opportunity to move and someone trying very hard to keep you somewhere and then you coming to some kind of energetic agreement where you can move forward but another person is still able to work with you in some capacity. And I'm also identifying some kind of closure as it relates to an unhealed energetic cycle from the past. And it's interesting too because I almost feel like there's a situation where someone finally says to you the thing, like the thing that you've been waiting for, but almost saying to another person like it's a little too late. Like I almost see you saying like thank you. I almost see you having to have a conversation with someone that says like forgiveness, like apologies do not change proximity, which is the observation of saying that another person can recognize and the idea of wanting to restore something for you, but also saying to another person, it's not, it doesn't, I keep on hearing it doesn't allow access back. Like, it's like, I feel like it's the energy of you saying to someone, like, thank you for that. Um, but I feel like it's almost like somebody like finally saying, admitting something to you that you knew the whole time is what I keep on seeing. Like, almost like someone telling you or giving you affirmation on something that you were trying to help them see is what I keep on seeing. But that's what I meant in relationality to like allowing it to create some kind of closure for you as you progress forward. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that's the thing I keep on seeing um, that's happening right now. And I feel like again, the nice thing I want to say is especially with this Queen of Wands energy, um, I see like it feels to me like it feels to me like there's almost a bit of it's like a bittersweet time because I see things, especially in the space of like work, like there being some kind of opportunity of advancing there because I see you becoming more comprehensive around something. But it feels to me it's hard because I almost see like some kind of energy that doubted you. You know what I mean? Like this is almost giving me some kind of energy that was like severely putting you down or making you question yourself. And that's why I meant like the space by which you have to like have a hard conversation with someone because it's almost like I feel like there's almost somebody who like comes back to you in a certain way and says um like they take some kind of accountability in relationality to how they were energetically treating you. But I almost feel like you having a conversation with someone and saying like some things are non-recoverable because I keep on seeing you say like you can't I keep on hearing you say to someone you can't take back what you said. Like I keep on hearing you say like the reason that we're mindful with our words is because our words hurt. And I keep on seeing you say to someone, like someone was saying to you, like, I didn't mean it, being like, it's not about whether you meant it, you said it. Like that's the thing that I feel like you have a conversation with someone about. Um, thank you so much for I'm gonna take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes, energetically standing up. Boxing gloves, maybe when it comes to work related stuff. Yes. I'm already thinking of exploring outside company again. I'm waiting to move to a new project with my current company and thinking of exploring outside. Peace of mind, yes, and work related. It's like I said, the environment I keep on seeing, like I see a situation where I see you moving from something, but also like I keep on hearing like I see you like growing in some way. So not completely closing a chapter there, but changing. I almost feel like changing your energetic role in some way, shape, or form, as I kept on reading into. Kath blocked someone from the past. Thank you for confirming. Closing an unhealed soul. That's good to hear. Yes, access denied from past person. Ace of Wands reverse. Yep, it's better to move to a new work. And that's what I keep on feeling like. That's what I keep on getting in relationalities to some point of closure. Like I almost feel like you go through some energetic closure cycle with someone, like where I see them basically saying, like offering you what you needed to hear, but almost saying to them, it doesn't entirely repair it, but it's good to hear, is what I keep on hearing. I want a peaceful environment, even at work. I feel like the bright side of that, like I see you like creating that. And that's the thing about it. Like, and I feel like that was the message with like the Queen of Wands and the Ace of Wands and its reversal, which is like when we want a peaceful environment, like we find a peaceful environment by observing, not absorbing, and moving in the direction of where we find peace instead of trying to energetically make it, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a full reading, now's a great time. You'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers now. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you can join our subscription and you can receive a card. Also, if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also have your card pulled today as well with your membership. I got you, Bridget. 2 cards, please, on energy with X. Currently holds towards you, feels ickiness. Got you, dear. I mean, it feels energetically icky because I feel like you're noticing some kind of tendency of someone, like, I keep on hearing the ickiness is being on a pedestal, is what I keep on getting. I feel like you can sense the ickiness of another person comparing others to you, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing like the ickiness is the wax of someone saying you don't hold a candle to her. Make it make sense, right? Energy that always, again, energy with a tendency of idolizing, always idolizes. I keep on hearing the past relationship in the context of the present. And I almost feel like some of that ickiness you're potentially feeling is the fact that I keep on hearing you're noticing the disturbance in the force in someone waxing poetic on you, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, the stag energy, right? Like energy that wants to be alone will often try to free themselves up by saying like, you don't hold a candle to the last person, right? That space of saying like, compete for me, do better, right? You got to do, like, it's giving me a lot of that type of energy. Thank you so much, Bridget. Ella, highest good, please. Don't wait for someone to bring your manifestations to you. Just move towards them yourself, is what I keep on seeing. You know, don't get frustrated in this type of energy waiting on others. Just be energetically productive, right? Like always patient, never waiting towards manifestations, which is not the space by which we look towards someone and say why it's not happening. I keep on hearing like when we feel like that sense of something not happening, we start carving different paths. This is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the swan. Make sure that you're being energetically productive, right? Just I keep on seeing like creating new opportunities for yourself, planting those seeds, being productive through anything that feels like an energetic rut or some kind of slowdown. Ava, a mantra on how, oh, I love it. I love your questions, Ava. You're so good at asking good questions. And I have a mantra on how I can feel more compassionate towards my ex who was an abusive cheater. One card, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can do here. Bottom of the deck, please. I need to see all the cards. Oh, wow. An animal spirit guide card, please. Wow. They were treating you the way they feel about themselves. I feel like the mantra you have to do to heal is saying that had nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. I keep on hearing that. I feel like energy that is afraid to lose things will put down the things that they care about. And so I see some kind of energy. Like I feel like there was some kind of repeating. Hold on. I feel like I see some kind of repeating of a pattern of someone who was told by some kind of caretaker. I keep on hearing someone say, never let them know how much they mean to you. Energy that's mean sings the song of never let them know how much they mean to you, which means that often the people they care about most, they treat the worst. You can't fix that in another person, is what I keep on seeing. Love is not to be endured. Love is not an endurance exercise. Let that be your mantra. Love is not an endurance exercise. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ava. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. Animal spirit, thank you, please. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I see like the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to working towards a relationship is making sure that you and another person have the same manifestation goals. You can't change another person's manifestation goals. You just have to recognize whether they want the same things that you want ultimately in the long run. Bottom of the deck. I keep on seeing some kind of situation or circumstance where someone sees, like, I see something that you're looking at as like this is the comparison point between your perspective on a manifestation goal versus theirs, right? Like for those that have those who are not those who are afraid of partnership see it as a prison, not a paradise. And that's not something you can change in another person. That's something that they need to resolve within themselves, potentially, again, based upon past experiences. Bottom of the deck, please. Yeah, the crane energy, right? It's our responsibility to observe whether someone, um, like, it's not our job to convince another person about the benefits of partnership. It's just to observe if they see it the same way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Alexandra, one card on love, please. I keep on hearing, don't assume the past is going to repeat itself. You're holding yourself. I keep on hearing, you're holding yourself more sacredly right now, which is to say that you're not going to, what you experienced in the past is not going to be your present, because especially if you can look back and say, I wouldn't make those choices now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the King of Swords and its reversal, right? I feel like especially there's something, I feel like there's something that has, like, it's interesting too, because I almost feel like this is you connecting and recognizing and doing that work to heal in counterpart connection which is the observation of being able to recognize and identify the vulnerability that's a strength, like the observation that when we care about things, we talk towards what we're afraid of. We don't project them onto each other, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird, right? I feel like there's something that's happening for you right now in love that is showing. I keep on hearing like it's showing you the difference between the. I keep on hearing the difference between someone who cherishes something um, versus someone who I keep on hearing like who feels like love is some kind of battlefield. And I keep on feeling like that space in terms of like that the relationship that's for you is one that's going to allow you to be free to be your authentic self. They're not going to be saying, they're not going to tell you that you being yourself is breaking the relationship in some way, shape, or form. Chanti, one card, highest message, please. We've got the Four of Cups in its reversal here. Make sure you're not second guessing yourself. Make sure that you're not being too adaptable as it relates to your choices. Just be, I keep on hearing, just be very focused and intentional in relationality to what you're trying to do and how you're trying to do it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Emperor energy is what I keep on seeing, right? Like allow, um, it's saying to like, I don't know what this, like this feels like, I feel like I keep on hearing like our choices are a bully-free zone, which is like the space by which we identify that like when we are when we are I feel like especially if you're going through those moments, you make a choice, you feel like the universe is like, are you sure? You gotta be like, did I stutter? You know what I mean? Like just finding that confidence and fortitude. I keep on hearing a good choice is one that you can explain to yourself as being the wisest. Let that wisdom fortify it. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the swan, right? Just be, I keep on hearing, just move through things gracefully right now. Like continue to be secure in your choices and continue to do that work. Like consistency pays off in big ways. I feel like they are around me. I bet I can't see them. This is probably why, if that was what I was reading. Kath, one card, highest priority, please. Um, the Fool card in its reversal. Like I said, there's something interesting about you finding your energetic footing or like working towards the ideal situation, right? I keep on seeing like we make sure that you're talking to others as to what those manifestation goals are to see if they can be brought about. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Wheel of Fortune, right? I keep on hearing like we give each other the opportunity in terms of like what we're hoping to change, and then we're energetically patient, because I also hear like there's something to be said, then remembering a no now might be a not yet. Sometimes the ability of putting that, I keep on hearing, sometimes putting that force of intention to something can pay off later down the line. So make sure that you're just, like I keep on hearing, make sure that you're putting those feelers out, if you will. That blackbird energy, right? Like the ability to articulate to another person your interest, even if it's not available now, that it's like them being able to remember that next time something is available, or keeping you like, I keep on hearing like keeping you in their thoughts when something pops up is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Ella. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Melly, one card, highest priority, please. Um, the past is a library, not an armory. Make sure that you and another person aren't like utilizing the past to be defensive. Make sure that you have a rule that like we look to the past for tools, not weapons. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, right? Make sure that someone isn't using the past as a distraction point to avoid a conversation on what being done in the present is what I keep on seeing, right? We don't keep on hearing like we don't talk towards the past and say, well, the reason you're getting this is because I experienced that. Because when we're looking to be hurt in the past for reasons why we're not showing up, we will always look for like we can always look for hurt right? To articulate our lack of effort. I keep on hearing the past should not be conducive as to why we're not giving the effort in the present. That's how we heal from the past, not using the past as an energetic excuse point. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially look like the opportunity that we have with one another is the ability to do something better. And that's why we don't hold our paths against each other. We articulate upon them as reference point on what we're trying to do in a better way. Not, I keep on hearing like not as an albatross as to why we're getting the things that we get now. Thank you so much, dear. You're so welcome, Alexandra. You're so welcome, Chanti. You're so welcome, Kath. All right, final call right now for any of my subscribers who would like a card or anyone who would like a full reading. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST. Oh, hi there, Nikki. What's up? 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified, might need a full reading on it later this week. Oh, absolutely, Hannah. Just let me know, Nikki, if you'd like a one card before we step off. And thank you guys so much. So anyone who became a subscriber today, I want to welcome you and also encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. You will find there, you make sure that you're welcoming and introducing yourself in the welcome wagon section. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a additional discount on your tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be next week on the 13th. Absolutely. Just bear with me one moment. You're so welcome, Team Osana. One card. Hold on a minute. Oh, they were in your dream. Okay, can I get one card on family, please? I feel like there was something in the space of the dream that was trying to give you an indication on their perspective of something, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, I feel like the guides were showing it to you not to try to convince you that it was right, but to help you understand. Like, I feel like it's almost like the context of saying, like, helping you understand, um, like, how they feel in order to try to facilitate some kind of better communication is what I keep on seeing. Like, it feels like I almost feel like the guides were trying to show you something about their energetic perspective on something to help fortify something that you're actively trying to do in the present. Animal spirit guide for Nikki, please. Yeah, especially like confirmation with the owl energy, right? It almost like it's giving, I feel like it was trying to give you some kind of nuanced take on a situation, to help, to help your own, to help like secure your own choices at this moment. Hannah, one card on sun, returning to school. I see someone that's feeling a little like shy about something is what I keep on seeing. Make sure you're giving them that energetic encouragement is what I keep on seeing. Like, make sure that you're giving them that confidence. Um, is there something about from last year that they're worried about? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the Eight of Wands and its reversal. You know, like this might be a good time of giving someone a calendar or helping someone like recognize or understand their schedule so they don't feel energetically overwhelmed is what I keep on seeing, or making sure they're talking to someone about what they want to do between now and the school starting is what I get. One card, animal spirit guide. Yeah, adder. Like, it's saying to me, like, I feel like the most we can do is give someone the tools to be able to facilitate and fortify healthy energetic connections. So it might be a good time to like talk to them about what their goals are this year or what they're trying to do differently, you know, like maybe writing down like 3 fears and 3 hopes so that you can kind of work to overcome them. I appreciate you as well, Team Osana. Oh, I mean, again, listen, I don't want you ever get a reading if you feel nervous about it, Chrissy. So whenever you feel comfortable and confident, it's available. They think I'm a failure. Oh, well, sweet. I mean, we can definitely do a deeper reading on that, Nikki, if you want to get on the list. It's hard. Like, again, a one card reading on a dream is hard. I want to stress with the Page of Cups. I feel like it has more to do with the fact that they still see you as an energetic child and someone that needs to be cared for. And I feel like that's a hard point, like, especially when I was reading into it, it's like not like I feel like I see someone in the context of someone feeling like they always have to like protect you from your decisions instead of honoring them. Yes, thank you as well, Hannah. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, for a final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a one card read yet. Yeah, an Akashic reading is basically a reading on what your higher purpose is, like why you're effective. Like a life path is telling you about where you are currently on your path. An Akashic reading is more talking about like your higher purpose in terms of why you're here, what the challenges are, what you're trying to overcome, like on the grander scale. Yeah, the list is open, Nikki. If you want to get on for a dream interpretation, I'm happy to do one before I step away. One card for Queen, please. Okay, let's do a read on it. We're already halfway there. I love that attitude, Nikki. Hold on a minute. All right. Yep. And hold on. One card. Jacqueline, thank you for the follow. Can I get one card for Queen, please? One card for Queen. Um, Make sure that you're just being attentive to what feels like it's a healthy reciprocal partnership, is what I keep on seeing. Um, Not your capacity to fix one. Right? A healthy relationship does not require us to do all the heavy lifting. It's making sure that there's mutual effort in terms of having needs met, is what I keep on hearing. All right. Thank you, Crystal, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And an animal spirit guide card for Queen, please. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon. Thank you for getting on the list as well, Nikki. Um, Make sure that you're communicating with someone, like, make sure that you're communicating with someone about how you're feeling. And remember, the song we often hear when we're experiencing negligence is why are you so angry all the time? Right? Making sure someone's not creating a space where you're getting so frustrated that you know, that you articulate your frustration and then they try to avoid doing the work to fix it because they're just concentrating on the fact that you have an issue with anger because they've been energetically negligent. So make sure that you're not allowing for that to occur. All right. Erica, I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. One card, highest priority, please, and spirit animal. I got you, dear. Can I get a highest priority for Erica, please? You don't need to like I don't know, someone like trying to force a conversation with you. You don't need to you don't need to explain. I mean, like I keep on getting here like um you get to decide what closure is. There is no such thing as a closing conversation. Closure conversations are openings, right? Access to you is a privilege. It's not a right. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on getting access to you as a privilege, not a right. Don't let someone say, like, I think it'd be healthy or good if we do this or that. Like, you get to decide what that is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the hind, right? Like, it's giving me, especially if someone refuses to tell you why, like if they're being all weird about it, like we should talk and being like, why don't no, you should tell me, is what I keep on seeing. Like making sure someone is not like trying to like, pique your curiosity instead of giving you clarity. You're so welcome, Kath. I'm gonna go. Oh, excellent. I got you on the list, Chrissy. Perfect. You're welcome, Queen. V, one card for the weekend. Okay, can I get one card for V on the weekend, please? This feels like this is like some patch up energy. I feel like I see you like restoring something or like healing some kind of energetic connection, is what I keep on seeing. This feels positive. Yeah, like this is saying to me like a heartfelt conversation. I didn't know you felt like that, but in the best way possible. It feels like very restorative. Animal, thank you so much, V. All right, we're going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Before we continue, though, I am going to step away for a moment and then we'll continue the readings. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's 3 cards for 29, 4 cards for 23 for subscribers. Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'll be back in just a moment, and we will continue our readings. All right, just bear with me a moment. Perfect. Okay. And, all right, perfect. All right. All right, let's take a look here. And guys, we are at 46.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, before we start Chrissy's reading, let's do an intuition check. Just hold on a moment. All right, I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I've got one up. We're gonna count back from 10, and when you get to 1, we're gonna reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, Hannah. It was the B. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. We're doing an Akashic reading right now for, hold on a minute. Just got to pin up. Where'd they go? Bum, bum, bum. Pinning up Chrissy here. Guys, make sure to give Chrissy a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Can I please have 4 cards for Chrissy? Highest party, please. Akashic. Thank you. Wow. You know, I'm seeing some kind of circumstance or situation here. I mean, I feel like I see the fact that there's a lot of work that you potentially did coming back here, working in a karmic space. And the thing about like a lot of like when we effectively energetically return, like working through karma, it's like I like to point this out. Like often, like those who have a lot of like work that they're doing in the karmic space have like a lot of work that they're doing heavily in the space of relationships. And I feel like what I'm noticing here is some kind of like absolute deep desire to try to heal or energetically restore a karmic connection. And I keep on identifying, you know, the thing I keep on seeing is And I feel like what's interesting about it is I feel like, and this is why we can sometimes really, really get upset when we're going through the same karmic work with someone who hasn't necessarily like healed from those lessons. Because I feel like I see some kind of path work where in the past experience, um, like it feels like there was some kind of demarcation of a great loss that one encountered. And the feeling of trying to energetically restore that connection. But the thing I keep on seeing, and I think that it's, and I feel like it's interesting too, because I almost like see like a conversation that you are having with someone prior to arriving in this experience is I keep on hearing someone say you can't save another person from their energetic choices. It's not, it's like I feel like there's something I keep on hearing, and often like I keep on getting too, like I see you kind of trying to work through the space that um like even when we're in the space of caring about someone unconditionally, their choices are effectively their own. And that's what I keep on seeing that is potentially working through something here, because I keep on identifying that, like, whatever this is, like, even in the space of you continually, I feel like one of the things you're always asking me when we're doing these readings is you're asking about the energetic nature of a connection. So I feel like this is almost something that is like reaffirming the fact that why there's so much of this concentration on it. But that's the thing I keep on seeing, which is to say that, and I feel like this is what I meant in terms of like me seeing some kind of path work here that's helping you kind of like come into the space of like holding yourself energetically sacred. Because, you know, I feel like I see some kind of past experience that you had with someone that, um, and it's interesting too, because I see some kind of past experience where another person was so was so invested in like finding valor that they sacrificed love. Like that's literally what I'm seeing in some kind of past experience here. I see someone who was so determined to carve out a name for themselves that they turned away from the love that you were offering them. And I almost see an experience, like I see a past experience where you mourn them, right? Because I almost see like the space by which they departed in some kind of heroic fashion. But at the same time, I feel like I see you in like the depths of energetic grief. And this is why I keep on seeing that what's happening right now between you and a connection is very much a repetition of cycle. But boy, does the context of society change something, because I see the exact same, like I see the exact same situation or scenario occurring between you and another person, which is again, I see a situation that you're trying to like build a connection with someone, but they are absolutely driven. And I keep on hearing you can't build love with someone that is fixated on building a name for themselves. Because if they're so energetically fixated on building a name for themselves, they don't see the love. I keep on hearing they don't see the love as a gift. They see the love as an energetic burden. And I feel like that's the hard part between some kind of connection I see that you're trying to have with someone. I keep on hearing like the guides, and that's what I meant in the space of like a past life context, looking at something that was really, really romantic, right? Like I see something that would have been like an energetic love story in the past, because it's like I see someone who like they built some kind of pathwork of valor to themselves that like it felt like it was heroic with them making that choice. But I keep on hearing there's the observation in this context that it wasn't valor, right? It wasn't valor that they were seeking, because valor protects love. It doesn't run in the opposite direction of it. And so I feel like that's the hard thing that's happening in some kind of context between you and another karmic. It's the observation of getting better clarity on what was framing their choices. Because again, I keep on hearing, if it was valor, I keep on hearing the same message coming through. If it was valor, it would protect love. But if it's someone trying to carve a name out for themselves, then they run away from it because they're too much on the energetic pathwork of ambition. So I feel like there's something important here, because I see something here. Like I feel like and this is the thing I keep on seeing in your own energetic pathwork. I feel like the work that you're going through in terms of those lessons is understanding that the love we create doesn't have to be predicated on us having some kind of energetic accomplishment point, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing people aren't portals, right? So the observation of being able to create something for ourselves is not hindered by those that we share our lives with. It's celebrated by them. So I feel like the thing I keep on identifying here is like, I feel like the work of you coming back into this experience is interesting, because I see the fact that a lot of the reason you came back was to find love. But I feel like the observation is, by healing the relationship you have with a karmic, is working through the space of understanding that love is not unconditional in the context by which we say we'll put up with anything in order to maintain the love of connection. But love becomes unconditional when we prioritize what it is that we're building with another person, when we allow that to be something that we energetically celebrate. And the bright side is, I feel like I see that resolution coming towards you right now. But the difficulty is understanding, and I keep on hearing love is patient, because love does not ask us to wait for each other, which is the space by which someone says, like, look, I can't love you now, but if you just wait a bit, I'll be here to love you later. Like I keep on hearing, we don't say to someone, I can't, now is not the time, because I keep on hearing, I haven't made enough of a name for myself. It's the energy that says, this is my energetic commitment point, regardless of what occurs. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Wands. I think it's interesting because I see that like you came here to heal something karmically with another person, but their guides are almost saying to me, and I feel like the Akashic, like the energy in the Akashic was trying to say that the space by which that love is healed is the space by which you hold your energetic standards. And your observation as to whether another person is holding your standards with the same preciousness by which they understand that they're held. I keep on hearing the message for you that the divine counterpart isn't going to make you feel like it's a tug of war. It's not going to make you feel like you have to like continually, chase after them, or continually like have to, perfect yourself in order to be, in order for them to turn towards you. That I keep on hearing, like the energy that is your divine counterpart is one that will see. I keep on hearing, will see you as the prize, right? Not, I keep on hearing, not the name that they're trying to create for themselves. And I keep on hearing, it's like that in itself is what's going to help, continue to help you heal as you're continuing to work through a lot of these heavier lessons. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, guys, we got to 50K during that reading. Thank you guys so much. I'll be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, just bear with me a moment. Great. Wow, that's only the second time I've seen the bee too. I know the bees don't come out much. You're welcome, Chrissy. And thank you again. I hope that wasn't as nerve-wracking as you were worried about. All right, let's continue right now. So we're going to do our 50K giveaway, and then we'll continue with Nikki's reading. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 25. First person I see that posts a number will get that reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. No. Hannah, congratulations, dear. You're on a roll today. All right, wonderful. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open, and you will be the third person read for. Nikki, I believe we're doing a dream interpretation, and I believe you said that it's up on the Discord. I'm just pulling it up now. All right, perfect. Just bear with me a sec. Okay, outside tea. Yep, outside tea, perfect. Excellent. And guys, thank you so much. We're already at 55K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And make sure we give, I've just pinned Nikki up. Make sure to give Nikki a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now across the other platforms, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Cake? All right. Outside tea, family dream. Okay. I don't remember the whole dream, but here are the fragments I do remember. It might have been two separate dreams that blended together. One part had this truck. We were trying to load it up with all my stuff, and it was chaotic and disorganized. My uncle was there helping, but he also worked with me in the dream and was saying I'd been slacking off on the job. He said something like, I'm not going to tell your boss yet, but I could, which felt really unsettling. I remember being like, no one told me how to do this right. And it had to do with writing some kind of essay or assignment. I was like, you could have prepared me better. And they were just like, you should have known. That pissed me off. Like, no, someone should have actually told me. The kind of connected to another part with my mom. She was throwing some party, I think at my house or in my space, and I was really annoyed. I was like, you didn't tell me about this until this morning. I wouldn't be mad if you told me yesterday, but you didn't. We were going back and forth, and she said something like, it changed last minute and she couldn't tell me sooner. But I was like, some advance notice would have been nice. It was the same feeling, like everyone was mad at me for not handling things well, but no one gave me the info or time I needed. My old boss also showed up at one point. I remember thinking for a second, maybe take me back, but then quickly realized, no, I don't want to be back here either. That part might be significant because my family really benefited from me being at that job. It was with our favorite sports team. They got free tickets and they were super proud. But I had to leave because of a toxic ex, and my boss didn't really stand up for me. I think my family's still kind of disappointed I left. Back in the truck part, they started driving off before all my stuff was loaded, including my phone. The truck was going in circles, and I was yelling that we had to go back. Eventually we did, but my phone had been left far behind. I ran back, and there was this black man with a cane and a top hat standing near it. He pointed and said something like, that yours? I said yes, and he just nodded and said, good day, and walked off. And that's the last I remember. All right, can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. So one of the hardest things that occurs when we're on a healthy spiritual journey is recognizing and identifying the rift between um, what we prioritize. And, one of the things that we often see that can be very difficult is, and we talk a lot about this, the space by which there is the energetic desire for approval that one cannot necessarily point a direction to as it relates to worrying about another. It's the context by which I like to refer to it as we're reading as the ubiquitous they, right? Um, when others, like, and when we're not in a healthy space, we'll often make these very subjective opinions about things that are really revelatory to our own personal spirit, our own feelings, right? The shadow work that we refuse to do, and we'll try to mask it by saying, what will they say, right? And when we're in a healthy spiritual place, we start to say the question, who is this they? Who is this they? Who is this they that I keep hearing about? Who is this they? Who is this they that you're so worried about energetically impressing? Right? Because often, and this is the hardest part when you're on a healthy spiritual journey, you start to look at someone and say, is it they or is it you? Is that your shadow? Is the ubiquitous they that you're constantly running around trying to impress really the parts of yourself that you have not healed yet? And that is the articulation of what it feels like currently trying to navigate the approval of your family that may feel that they're always putting these very, these big, these things of being important on you. And then when you try to say, why are we doing this? They go, because what will they, what will they say? Right? The observation of working through something that there isn't a clear answer. And that can be really traumatizing because often what happens in a space trauma when we prioritize the ubiquitous they, the me gets hurt, right? You know, like the me gets hurt along the way of trying to please the ubiquitous they. And so that is effectively the first part of the dream, talking about the absurdity of that to a certain extent, because we see that you described a situation where you said that there was a truck that you were trying to load up with all your stuff. So this is someone being able to, like, again, handle your baggage. You said it felt chaotic and disorganized, and your uncle was there, and you made it sound like they were trying to help, but it didn't sound like they were helping. It sounded from the context of the dream like they were threatening you, right? And I think it's really interesting that you said in the dream that they were helping because you didn't give any context as to why they were helping. You described it as them helping, but all you said that they were doing was they were threatening you, right? They were like, you've been slacking off. I'm going to tell the boss. And you didn't know who that boss was. So again, it could be, again, working through the trauma of someone putting unreasonable expectations on you and almost saying, like, I'm watching you, you better shape up. And being like, what are you watching for? What am I shaping up? Like almost the context of someone saying, I'm really disappointed in you. But this is you coming into the healing journey because you're saying, what were you expecting? Right? And that's where we see the fact that instead of you doing what you might have done in a past experience, which is apologizing, scrambling, seeking their approval, being like, oh no, I'm upsetting them. I better like, oh, they're going to tell somebody on me. This is you coming into your healthy spiritual journey because you're standing up to them. You're not going, oh yes, yes. You're not like running off to because you're anxious about it. This is you finding your energetic strength and saying, you could have prepared me better. And you said, and then what did they say? You should have known, right? Again, never telling you what that you did wrong, but almost again, when you try to get clarification and saying, can you be more specific on what you want me to do? They just move into the non sequitur of the ubiquitous they that is often indicative of someone who hasn't done their shadow work, because they're talking in these like grand gestures about the anxiety or the fear that you should have, and being like, you should also you should also hold these like these standards that we refuse to articulate upon, but that you should be conscientious of. So this brings us to the like, so this is effectively the guides that are giving you a good allegory on how energetically absurd that may feel. Because it's not, I like to point out, it's literally a space where you're being constantly judged. And then you're asking someone to say, what is the context by which you're judging? And even in the context that you say, what am I supposed to be doing? They go, you should just know. And that is often the space by which it says that that is the context of someone saying, you should be working to please me at every moment. Like, and that's why you can't know, because it's a space that even as you do so, it changes. And then they say you should have known. Like, it's the articulation of being ubiquitous that allows that space of never being specific, that leaves another person constantly scrambling for approval instead of ever being able to energetically deliver because another person isn't being clear upon their needs. This brings us to the fact that then you said that it moved into the context of the relation with your mother, and you described a party. You said you thought it was at a house and you were feeling really annoyed because, again, they didn't give you any preparation. And I like to point out, the way that we honor each other is by energetically prioritizing giving each other consideration. And one of the ways that we give each other consideration is by not dropping things on each other the last minute. Because when we drop on things on each other the last minute, we look towards another person, not in the space of being energetically mindful, but almost as someone that should just immediately like snap to, right? Or be able to drop everything in order to address something that we energetically need. And so again, it's almost like very much in the same space that we articulate a healthy relationship. The time we give each other, it's not to say that, again, it's not to say that there aren't emergencies, right? It's not to say that there aren't emergencies that come up that require something to be done in the last minute, but you may feel that perhaps that the relationship that you have with someone is someone that does not take enough consideration to the fact that you have a life, or that you have things that are also priorities, but expects you to effectively be able to drop everything to immediately arrive to their energetic needs. So this is a continuation of the same work that we saw in the same context, which is the prioritization point not being in being considerate to you, but more of energy that feels that you should be in a space of immediately being responsive and reactive to them. And so you said that you even identified the fact that you said some advance notice would be nice. And you said it was the same feeling, like everyone was mad at me for not handling things well, but no one gave you the information you needed. So it can almost be feeling about, and I need to point this out, when it feels like others don't give us consideration, it's almost sometimes feels like the energy that sets us up for disaster. It's like the Cinderella effect, right? Where someone gives you something at the last minute and says, "Oh, you better be there," and if you don't, that's your problem, right? Instead of taking into consideration that when we care about one another, we give each other the tools we need to be able to do things effectively. We then brought you to the third part of the dream, which is where you saw the boss that you said showed up at this point. And I need to point this out. The whole dream is showing the context by which how much you've come to heal from something. Because again, you're navigating others' disapproval, but you're healing from people pleasing. Because when we're healing from people pleasing, we don't just scramble when another person it brings us disapproval. We ask the right questions, right? It's always about, and like again, the context of saying, like, it's a continuation of the energetic lesson that we talked to about the guide that says, when someone says, I'm I'm disappointed in you, right? And we don't feel like we've done anything wrong. The next logical question we need to ask is, what were you expecting? And that's what we see is happening in the context of both of these dreams, right? You're not just scrambling for the approval, you're asking the right question. But I need to point out that even in the space of asking those questions, you're feeling doubly frustrated because you're not getting any proper answer, right? You're getting to the source of where it like of where another person's like hasn't done their shadow work. This then brings us to the fact that you described the boss, and you said that for a minute, and this is important, for a minute you said maybe take me back, and then you like were like, no, I don't want to go back there, because this is showing the fact that there was potentially something even in the context of that position that was articulating upon that same need of building into energetic approval, right? And you describe the fact, and this is where we see the connection to that job or the decision that you had to make, and seeing why it was so fundamental that you left that energetic position. And I got to point this out. I didn't even realize this in the context that we were working through this in some of your other readings. You never informed me. You never informed me that there was something about the job that felt like there was a deep desire from the family to energetically hold on to it. But that's why the context of you energetically leaving is so energetically empowering to your own spiritual journey, because you recognize that you are in a position where you face the disapproval of your family in moving away from something that they felt was an advantage point, or something that felt like it was something positive, but you recognize that you were not being treated fairly in the context of that. So even here, the guides are showing you, I feel like the articulation point of the guy, of you making that decision, like the guides are showing you how important and significant that choice was, because it isn't just the space by which you articulated and you identified something that didn't feel restorative, something that did not feel like you were energetically supported on, but you also made the choice of prioritizing the care of yourself. And it's also the reminder that healthy family, right, in the context by those who care about us, they would always desire us to prioritize the choice to take care of our person first and foremost, not worrying about what is potentially lost in relationality to the opportunity that a position brings with it if we're not being treated well. Bottom of the deck on this reading. And again, this is what can sometimes feel very energetically bittersweet, because you might still be seeing a little bit of that recursive passive aggressiveness, right? And this is what's difficult. Like, you're not going to have someone say out loud, I think you should have stayed in an uncomfortable, unhealthy position because it benefited me, right? Nobody would say that. And this is why we work very hard when we're on a healthy spiritual journey to abandon passive aggressiveness. Because if there's something that we're bothered by, but we're embarrassed to say out loud, that's usually showing us the direction that we need to heal something. Because I keep on seeing, if there is a problem, and this is how we can tell we're in a healthy environment, a healthy problem is one that you can say with your throat, like from your throat chakra. It's one that you can say out loud and you don't feel selfish or foolish for saying. But often those who are expecting or desiring something that they recognize is not healthy, but they haven't done the shadow work, they'll often talk about the ubiquitous they, but the ubiquitous they is actually them. So this is why we see that so much of that energy is appearing here in the dream space, because it's showing you how important that decision was, because that decision is helping you see and identify the disparity of what another prioritizes versus what you energetically prioritize. And it's almost like I feel like the hard part is potentially identifying like the lack of shadow work that someone's doing in relationality to asking unreasonable expectations instead of answering logical questions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, I got to do Hannah's reading. Sorry, Hannah's the next person on the list. Yeah, Suzanne got her reading already. Hold on a minute. All right. Just bear with me as I catch up on the comments. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I always say I only remember fragments, and then it's an essay because it's so scattered. I know you always do that. You always say you only have fragments, but I'm like, that's a whole dream. It's a fragmented dream, but the whole dream is there. And you have to understand that the dreams are often fragmentary. Like often we think that we're having fragments of dreams, but the quality and nature of dreams is that they're fragmented. But that's why, because sometimes we get the tableaus that we have to put back together, which is why I like doing that work with clients in the dream space, because sometimes we have to patch together not just a dream of one night, but what we're seeing, like the landscape of the full environment, if that makes sense. Yes, the list is open, Stella, if you'd like to get on the list. Your cat's going crazy right now. Thank you for confirmation on that. Right. My mom even said something the other day that had to tell someone that you left your job and was sad. Yeah, and they told me I had been the talk of the town because their son's friend worked there too. But that's what I mean. Like that's not a positive thing to say to someone in a difficult situation like that. Yeah, he was helping, but saying these things to me. But I want to see, like, again, were they helping? where I keep on, and I feel like it's interesting too. I need to point this out too, because I feel like there is one more aspect of this dream that I did not get to. And I feel like that has to do, hold on, I just want to back up to the final part of this dream that I'm seeing. You said the final part of the dream where you identified that the truck that you were finally filling took off and started going in circles. This is what it feels like. And I feel like, you remember when I said your identification point of seeing the convenience in telling another person that they're constantly disappointing you, but never giving you an actual tangible plateau by which you can meet their expectations, is the identification of a needy connection. Because you'll recall and you'll understand that one of the things that we talk about here is when we have standards, our standards are fixed points of need. So the fact that you saw at the time that even at the moment that you described the fact that you left the job and you saw the car rotating in circles was the moment you understood that the neediness was not coming from you. It's coming from those that articulate that they want something from you, and you're constantly disappointing them, but nothing you do ever energetically satisfies them, because that is what neediness is. That is neediness. It is not the fixed point of need. It's the need that constantly changes, that leaves you scrambling. So it is the truck that is running in circles. It doesn't go anywhere. It just serves the self. And you even described that at the moment that you recognized that, you saw an individual. You saw an individual with a cane and a top hat just standing near it, like watching. And you said he pointed to something and said, "Is that yours?" And you said, "Not." And he said, "Yes." And he nodded and he said, "Good day." Because what's interesting about it is that was one of your guides. That was one of your guides showing up and saying, "Is that your is that your family? Is that your is that your family? Is that your family? Is that your is that your family?" And you being like, "Yes." And they were like, "Good day," because it was like them being like, and I feel like what's interesting about the fact that the guide came to you and said, "Is that yours?" What the guide was very, very clever in that moment, because what did the guide say? Is that your trauma or is that theirs? Is that your trauma or is that theirs? And that's why they said that, right? And didn't say anything else. Didn't And here's the thing, you know why you can tell it was a guide? You can tell it was a guide because guides don't judge, they show, right? Guides don't judge. Guides don't judge, they show. So what did the guide do? Asked you a question. Said, "Is that yours?" Thank you, Nikki. All right. Let's continue right now. The next person, hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Nikki. Hold on a minute. I'm just reading back on the comments. Yeah, quiet judgment. Yep, they were helping but saying things. But I need to point out, were you, I need to stress, you never described what you were doing with the truck. Were they helping them? Were you helping, like, and that's the thing about it. Remember when the guide said that's yours? Like the guide was saying, are they helping you or are you helping them? Right? Because you said if they were helping you, they wouldn't have just left when half your stuff wasn't there, right? If they were helping you, they would be considerate and making sure that they can take all your stuff, not just seeing what they can energetically get away with. That's what the guide was saying when the guide saw the car trying to take off and instead it went in circles, right? And they looked at you and said, "Is that yours?" Yep, very quiet, doesn't speak up. Like quiet judgment. That's an important message for everyone. Thank you guys. That definitely sounds like them. About how we are considerate, we tell someone our needs instead of saying you should have known. Always, yeah, always. What were you expecting? No, the song of neediness is you should have known because that's the convenience of it. When you say you should have known, it's very convenient because you can always change what that song is. That's why it's so hard to leave. Yep, exactly. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Sun Shining, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, all you have to do is send the donation. I'll be at, and you can be added to the list. You'll be the second person read for. You can find it in my profile, dear. The whack thing is I know they talk, yep, and hasn't said a word, but that's what I mean. A healthy conversation is one that we have to get. Like we work through hard things by having hard conversations. We don't talk around things. It has helped me see things I was missing. Sending you so much support, Nikki. Hannah, yes, we can absolutely do a reading on that. Okay. Yeah, you should always make sure that you're writing them down. True. Yep. He was helping. I like the fact you say he was helping, but kind of just standing around. It seems like, again, I got to point out, Nikki, the dream, if they took the truck and they didn't wait for you, who was helping who? Right? Like that's what the guide was effectively trying to or like show you in that space when they said, "Is that yours?" Because it's almost saying, it seems to me like that's not yours. Feels like somebody was trying to take your stuff. It seems like someone's trying to take your stuff. I wonder, yep, absolutely. This is random, but I just opened my fortune cookie from love and it said love is on its way. That's beautiful. What a beautiful thing to find in a fortune cookie. Okay, let's continue right now. We're doing a reading for Hannah. And just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. If you're joining us across the other platforms, you can also get on via my tree that has links in it in my bio. How are you doing today, Thaddeus? Hope you're having a good day. All right, let's get to it. One moment, please. All right. And I'm just pulling up Hannah. Hold on a minute. I just want to find you again. Before we have our next reading, let's do another intuition check. All right, I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The frog. All right, let's get to it. Hold on a minute. Blessings to you as well, Tay. One moment, please. All right, I've pinned you up here, Hannah. Guys, make sure to give Hannah a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. We do here Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, past life readings, dream interpretation, Akashic, animal spirit guide, mediumship, and mind, body, spirit. All right. You gave context. Okay, thank you for letting me know you gave context. Just give me a moment to read over the context that you sent, Hannah. Bear with me a moment. I see it. Let me just read this over. My son has always struggled with school and not wanting to go. I feel like I'm doing what I can to support him, but would love a reading on maybe what specifically I can do more or better help him this year. Or maybe more insight as to what is really bothering him about school. He just says it's boring and feels like jail, but I don't have any more insight from him. He's very quiet and has a hard time approaching kids. He has friends and people who love him, but he seems uncomfortable around others. School is a huge contention point between us. I just want to fix the situation, but I know I'm not in control of his feelings or actions. All right, can I please get, all right, can I please get 4 cards for Hannah? Highest priority messages, please. Sorry, it's a good laugh. I mean, a part of me wants to say like congratulations. You've mommed too close to the sun. It's like you like, I'm getting you've got like I get your congratulations because like look at this. Like this look at this energy. This is their experience. You know what I mean? Like when you're the bee's knees, everything else stings. Is what I keep on getting. When you're the bee's knees, everything else stinks. Is what I keep on getting. You know, like this is great. Like this is look at these two. This is I feel like and I think that this is the difficulty point that we often hit when a good sign I like to point out a good sign of a healthy environment is when another person needs to leave an environment and they're like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I like it right here, just fine. This is the place I want to be, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about this that you have to understand. You got to think about like a little bit of mama bird energy here. And what does a mama bird say? Like, what does a good mama bird say? I I don't, a good mama bird is like, I know you want to stay here. You got to fly. You got to fly. You can't be here forever. You got to go. I know how hard this is because I can see this. This is the energy that's like, no, 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 this is nice. This is the place I want to be. But, and I feel like I keep on hearing, this is the victory and hardship of being a good maternal energy, is what I keep on seeing. It's the victory and hardship of being a good maternal energy because the energy is not trying to flee from you. And I'll tell you, some people like, look, we go through it all the time. Some energy is like, I couldn't be out of here. Like you can tell, some energy is like, I couldn't get away from there sooner. Like, you know what I mean? I couldn't get away from there sooner. I couldn't get away from there sooner. Anywhere is better than here. I feel like you got a little bit of the opposite problem, which is again, you've created such a supportive environment that it's difficult. And I don't think that this is necessarily a bad thing, but it's working through. I keep on hearing. I feel like there's something about the fact that they have to articulate upon getting their needs met. you know? Like it's the space by which they have to like put themselves out there, you know? They have to like I keep on seeing like I keep on seeing they're very insular. Like I got this as a homebody. You know what I mean? I got somebody here, right? They do not have a fear of missing out. They have a fear of missing in. They got a fear of missing in. You gotta work through this. You have to literally write down they have a fear of missing in, which is the energy that says like they want to they do not they would be very much they are they cancer they would rather not they're like they don't they're not that they're not they've been out they're like I feel like it's a little bit of an old I feel like I get this a lot with old souls too. Old souls, I get this with all the time. Old souls do not care a lick about what's out like about impressing others. They don't care. Old souls are like, I do not care about impressing anybody. I know what I like. You know what I mean? Like, I know what I like. This is nice. Why mess with perfect? Everything I have, I see someone being like, everything I have is here. I like the nest. And I feel like this is the moment that you have to be the mama bird and be like, you cannot stay in the nest. You have done a wonderful job. And this is the thing that you have to help them understand. Are they, you know, and I feel like the thing I want you to recognize that the work you have to do right now, and this is the important thing, okay? It's not the space where you're going to make them do things that they don't want to do. You have to teach them what an acquired taste is. What is an acquired taste? An acquired taste. I would be very surprised if this energy likes it like acquires tastes. An acquired taste is something that we don't think we like until we give it a shot. And sometimes, and then it becomes our favorite thing. But we never know that, right? The only way we find new comforts is by pushing out of our comfort zone. So I want you to help fortify yourself right now in not feeling like you have to move against the inclination of taking care of someone. I want you to write down, I am currently, my job right now is to teach someone what acquired tastes are, which is the space by which you say you can't say you don't like it. You don't get to say you don't like it until you've given it a fair shake. And giving something a fair shake does not mean that you do it once and then you decide, nope, not for me. You give it a few tries, right? Because I keep on seeing that with an energy like this one, right? Helping someone learn that they can step out of their comfort zone and still be on the one in one piece on the other side of it is going to help them like find their own energetic confidence. And what's hard about that is often when we're doing that, we say like, I don't like it. It doesn't feel comfortable. And being like, yeah, that's what it means when we say we're stepping outside of our comfort zone, right? It's not about liking something that we're doing. It's about understanding that the reason we climb over the mountain is to get to the other side. Like that's the whole song, the bear, like, why did the bear climb the mountain? The bear doesn't want to climb the mountain. The bear climbs the mountain because on the other side of the mountain are possibilities. And when we don't have the rigor of doing something we don't like, we limit our possibilities are in terms of what is available to us. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind as it relates to I see somebody, like I see an argumentation point you're going to hit with someone and saying, why are you forcing me to do things I don't want to do? And the thing you're going to say to them is, I'm not forcing you to do things that you not want to do. I'm teaching you acquired taste. Because the experience of being this is the thing, the tenor of existing, the tenor of existing requires us to be able to endure some things that they're not our favorite. But often that same rigor of being able to put the application and understanding that the reason we do things that we don't like is for the achievement on the other side of them helps another understand that it's not just about seeking comfort. It's about like the comfort that is found on the other side of rigor. So I feel like this is why I keep on seeing that a little bit of that, like I keep on feeling like you may have to like I feel like you may have to, like, that's what I meant earlier when we did the one card, in terms of saying to someone, like setting goals for the year, like sitting someone down and saying, like, what are the three things you really hope will happen this year, right? And then saying, what are the three things that you're afraid of? Because that ability of talking about what it is that they hope to overcome while also working through their energetic fears, that can be almost like setting a template of saying, okay, this is what we're going to challenge with ourselves with this year. And I keep on seeing that your ability of saying, like, look, we're going to challenge ourselves to do this is the space by which we say, look, if you want to achieve these things, this is what it's going to energetically take to get there. So almost like I see like that's the space where you can kind of let that be the goal setting as it relates to them. Like I keep on seeing, like learning to do, like working through like the difficulty. And I want to show you the disparity of these cards, because on one hand we've got the Empress and the Nine of Cups, right? That's the comfort zone. But the ability of understanding a comfort zone is the choice of experiencing something other than that, right? So the ability by which another person is encouraged, right? Like a little bit of that, like, like I keep on seeing, like a little bit of that energy that I keep on seeing, like pushing someone to give them that encouragement to try something that they can't do in order to achieve something that they say they can't do in order to achieve something that they desire to do. And I feel like that is like where I keep on seeing, like you're teaching someone to be an energetic champion, because when we become a champion, right? We don't when we are champions, we don't rest on our laurels. We set our intention on something that's difficult in order to give it a try. So I might like, I feel like this might be a space of saying, like, to someone, what are we going to try this year? Like, what are we going to give it? Like, what are we going to take that risk on? What are we going to like throw our intention on to learn? So let that kind of fortify the conversation, and almost like do it with a space of excitement, being able to check and say, how's that going? Like how many, like setting some kind of benchmark in terms of what they can do every day to help achieve that goal. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Magician card, like the thing that you want to avoid is a situation or circumstance. You can never win, right? Because if someone's comfortable, then the song they'll sing is, you didn't push me hard enough. You know what I mean? Like it's like this is what I mean in relationality to like the energy that we either push too hard and someone says you push me too hard, or it's a space by which you say you didn't push hard enough. So I feel like it's that calibration of being able to recognize that your own ability of encouraging someone is the space by which you say to another person, like, um, like that's the space by which another person understands their own ability of doing something. And I want to say I'd be very wary. I would definitely do this if this is someone who has a tendency of negatively self-talking, like the space by which another person says, I'm bad at this, or I can't do this, right? The way we dispel the illusion of can't is with try, which is the space by which you say, you're not allowed to say you can't do it. If that's the reason you're not doing it, it's not, it's if there's something you want to do, but you feel like you can't, that's what we're setting our intention on, to show them that there is no can't, right? That nothing is impossible if we set our intention to it. So make sure that you're noticing if they're saying the word can't instead of don't want to, because that's exactly where you should put that energy, and being like, not in this house, is what I keep on hearing. You can say you don't want to, but you can't say there's something you can't do, because that's the energy that says that now we can, like, that's almost a space saying, now we're going to prove that you can, right? Like that, now we're gonna make that our mission, to show you that there's anything that's possible if you set your mind to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet reading, mediumship, dream interpretations, Akashic records, animal spirit guide readings, mind, body, and spirit readings. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. I know. Did you see that? No, I know. They were so, but that's the problem. The cards were too good, Nikki. The cards were too good. Your mom too close to the sun. I think a boar and a goose make a frog. I think you are, that is not true, Nikki. I said frog before. Good job, Suzanne. Feels like, it does feel like jail. I mean, it's fair, I suppose. Oh, thank you. It's been helping because sometimes I get the same card twice. So it's been interesting in doing that. No, they're very good cards. No, they like that's the thing. Like that the problem is like you're too good you're too good at your job. Congratulations, you're too good at your job. Yes, schools can not be so nurturing. Yep, he's a homebody. Gotta get him to leave the nest. Yep, shove him out. No, I know. But that's what I mean. Like it does feel like a little bit of that. Like you have to give someone, you have to give them a little bit of that encouragement, is what I keep on seeing. Yes. He would never thank you for confirmation. He would never leave the house if I let him. Yeah, it's giving me like I'm picking up some like earth sign vibes. Like I keep on hearing like little earth sign being like, I got everything I need out here in here. What, we don't have to go anywhere. Like why do I have to go anywhere? Everything I like is here, including you. I see someone going, everything I like is here, including you. Everything nice is here. Why do I have to go anywhere? Yes, I never know how much to push him to do new things because I know because you feel bad. But this is what I keep on hearing. Think of it as acquired taste, right? And I keep on saying to someone, you can't say you don't like it unless you try it. You know? I feel like the bear went over the mountain could be about the major arcana and then the cup's journey. No, that's a very good insight, right? Absolutely, Chrissy. It's a very good insight. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. At my old job, we made player plans with 3 main goals and then tangible sub goals. See, I love that. Like, what are we going to do this year? What are we going to, like, what's the hardest thing we're going to do? I needed to hear this. I need to push him out of his comfort zone a bit to show him he can. So, and I think that it's like, I keep on hearing, like, let this be the year that you say, look, we're going to set some goals, right? What are we going to start doing this year? What are we going to stop doing? And then kind of build like some kind of energetic program where you can check with him and say like, how did we do on that goal today? You know, if he's competitive, especially, yeah, if he's competitive, like make an energetic game of it, right? Like, and make a mutual game and saying like, look, this is how we're going to challenge each other. Like, this is how we're going to like this is how you're going to challenge yourself in doing those things. Thank you so much again, Hannah. All right, my friends, final call on any full readings today. If anybody else wants to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. And final call. There he's very money. There you go. There you go. Attach an allowance to it, right? Be like, I will sweeten your allowance if you accomplish these tasks. You're gonna sweeten the pot. All right, my friends, final call on any full readings today, or if there's any subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. Just a reminder, if you became a subscriber today, welcome. I encourage you to head over to a subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. Absolutely, Haley. One card, highest priority. Make sure you're not getting an argumentation point. Don't make sure you're not having to argue with someone about what your standards are. Just recognize if they're holding them or not. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's not your job to tell someone why you should have standards. Like, again, if they're grown, they should just be respective of them. Make sure that you're not getting in a space of having to explain to another person why. Right. And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing some kind of message of understanding. Like, I keep on hearing, I was just being honest is not enough of an excuse. Honesty does not predicate over kindness. We can be kind and honest at the same time. It's not, you should never, someone can never say, oh, I was just being honest. You can be kind and honest, you know? But someone who's like someone who uses honesty in a righteous way will say, I was just being honest instead of sorry. Right? So make sure. Thank you so much, dear. Evacuate the nest. I love that. All right. Or you're so welcome, dear. And thank you again, Hannah. Oracle Erica, highest priority, please. Um, this just be productive right now. Assume the best. Just keep on. I keep on feeling like if things are slow, get your ducks in the row. Like utilize this time to build healthy energetic connections, identify what it is you're trying to do in a better way. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like again, when we are being energetically when we're being productive, a slump is a there's no such thing as a slump because it's the space by which we feel the excitement of being able to do something else. So I feel like let this be like I keep on hearing like let this be an expansion point in terms of building plans. If you're feeling a little of that stagnation right now during this retrograde cycle, yeah, salmon, right? Like always patient, never waiting, which is like we don't get frustrated if something isn't moving at the speed that we desire it to. We start walking in that direction. We say, what can I do? What can we be doing differently? Yep, absolutely. Like, why can't I be honest? Well, you can honest if you feel like things, yeah, yeah. Why can't I be honest? Be like, you can be honest and kind. They should not, they like, if your honesty is not kind, there's something to take into consideration there. You're so welcome, dear. All right, friends. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing these messages. For anyone who became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the Discord in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription. Our next class is this week. It's a great time to join. Wait, what am I waiting for? What's happening, Nikki? I'm waiting. What's happening? What am I waiting? What's happening? What am I waiting on? What were you saying the other day about if you talk bad on somebody's body? Oh, that was the dream reading, right? I mean, the space I keep on like the context we have to identify is when we talk bad about others' bodies, then we try to take ownership of them. Like our bodies are not do not exist to serve others. Like we honor each other's bodies, and that's why we don't build energetic criticism in terms of looking at another person and being energetically judgmental, because when we're judgmental on another's body, then we're saying that like the body exists for the gaze that we're existing within. I believe that was the message. You can also, if it was that reading, it should be available. That was kind of the gist of the message that was coming through in the reading I was doing yesterday, the mind, body, spirit reading. And I feel like what we were seeing in that reading was someone coming through a recovery point in another person, being very energetically judgmental about their body is what I keep on seeing. I hope that helps. Absolutely. You should find it. It was yesterday. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all that you do. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, I'll be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile, hit the bell, turn on notifications, and also you can register directly for the event because sometimes those notifications don't get pushed through. Hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.